pushed for that. When you're speaking for a party, you are the face of a party. Sure. If people in the party should recognize that you can do the job for you, why should you be appointed? If you're good at it, for an election, explain to them what you can do and let them vote for you. Of course, communication has aspects. But those are background work. And we have other people who can do that. Spoke about who speak for the party, we want to be known as the face of the party. The party people should elect us. And I think that's also an excellent thing that they agree to it.
Thing. Yeah. Do you think that the party would have gained enough trust, especially from its base, and then translate it to the entire population?
Definitely, this is not the first time the NPP has gone into opposition. So every political party goes through a cycle. And so we are going through the cycle. There's another generation that is coming up that has to also face opposition, know how to build and rebuild and get ready for Ghanaians in 2028. In my estimation, the current government has started forming. But we also have to get a credible opposition so that Ghanaians will see that, well, if these people are not doing well, we can always turn on the NPP. We are not going to win power by propaganda and lies. We will teach the truth. We will let Ghanaians know exactly what is happening. And Ghanaians being Ghanaians are able to defend what is true. They take discerning it. So for me, we need to put our act together. Nation is not doing too well. But we have to put it together.
What do you think are the they are doing propaganda, lies, how they brought it to this administration?
When you come and tell all Ghanaians that His Excellency Nana Addo Akufo-Addo, the former president, and the National Cathedral Board of Directors, 58 million accidents, and then you come into power and you can't arrest anybody. You come and hold a press conference telling us the money was utilized. So now it's not been stolen, it's been utilized. What's that great policy that you spoke about? You are backtracking. In education, you are backtracking. In finance, you are backtracking. And told us, understanding. You use oral. Such money has oral gotten us. Since Spaniards are looking at you, we are mixing up the party to put all together. By spamming the NPC, the new way to say Ghanaians were right. I hear ourselves together, making sure that we are very credible opposition to the NDC government. Because obviously, 2 months down the line, I don't see them doing anything good. But I'm an opposition person, so you don't expect me to see anything good in them. See anything good. To talk at least 10% of what they have promised us. It will make my life easier. It will make your life easier. Now we need to get them out. It's obvious they can't do the job.
You mentioned being a credible opposition and winning back the trust of Ghanaians. There are concerns within your party. Giving us to think about your body. Then why should the party go to a bottom up, a bottom down approach instead of the approach that sticks to your values?
We don't have any bottom up approach. We have delegates who have voted for 4 years. Delegates. Their term of office have not expired. And you cannot push them out when their term of office have not expired. The current term of office for the police station executives will expire in March. And constituency executives, it will expire somewhere in June. For reason, it will expire somewhere in June. So in July, the party can take a decision to the constitution gives the party the right to pick a flag bearer at any time. In our current circumstances, we recommend that picking a flag bearer we put an end to lines that are done in the party. The delegate's term of office is not over. Let's tell them to go and bring another person. We are rebuilding. We are putting ourselves together. So we need to open up, add more school to it, and then we get our act together. Bottom up approach. Our laws are approach. There is no top down approach. Our laws are quite different. The person's term of office is not over. If when the person have to finish their term of office, but the term of office is also not over. That doesn't mean that we shouldn't reorganize. We have to reorganize.
A particular candidate.
Really? It's going to add. I'm hoping at the end of today we'll be adding almost 2 types or even 1/4 when you look at the number. to a quarter of the current delegates. We are going to add them to the current delegates. So if you had a team message, with them, talk with them. Point in time, I think it's quite open for all the candidates. Tell them why they should vote for you. On we go. I mean, that's how we do our elections. Try and convince the delegates why they
Okay.
should vote for you.
Okay. All right. All right. Ellen, Gemma, do you have anything to add?
So, Ellen, some have said that after the party lost the 2024 election, it got broken, and now as you come here to rebuild, what do you think the party will look like after today?
Well, it's not the first time the NPP is going into opposition. Let's remember that before the 1992 constitution, we had been in opposition for 30 years. So for us, being in opposition is not new. We use the time in opposition to rebuild the party. Remember that generations too are changing. New faces are coming in. New people are taking over. Our elderly ones are retiring. So this is all the time for us to do all that. We could have done it if we had power, but it would have been a bit more difficult. I believe that now that we are in opposition, it gives us a very wide view of what we should do. We are not broken. We are just rebuilding. When you say broken, it means the party is broken into two. It's obvious from looking at us today that we are not broken. We are still the strong NPP that you know. We just have different opinions, and that's why we are a political party. It's a democracy. So broken, no, I won't agree to broken. But we are putting ourselves together to move on as a political party. It's a cycle. We'll go through this one too.
As an opposition party, how are you keeping the government in check?
Well, I have been on your stations all the time. There are all the party communicators are there. Our leaders also, we do what an opposition is supposed to do. The NPP is very good in government, but we are also very good in opposition. And we just get the NDC some time to get used to coming back into power. But they are done. The 6 months is over. So the new generation is going to see an NPP in opposition, and I believe that they are going to love us in opposition because we are going to do our work and do it very well.
What do you say we are going to see? What are we
We
supposed
have to keep the government on its toes. They had a manifesto. They gave some promises. They have to fulfill the promises. You do not come and tell me that you have oral. As I mentioned, people have stolen money. And then as we are going along, get to work. Get those people to account. And now you are giving us stories. I mean, all those things are things that we are going to get. We are putting the government on its toes. From Monday going, the Minister for Government Communications have brought up some conversations. I'm sure from Monday we are going to start discussing. Today is for the MPP and it's for the rebuilding of the MPP. It's for the delegates of the MPP, and that's what we are going to concentrate on. From Monday, God willing, we and the government, we and them, we are all here. We will work as an opposition. That has to put them on their toes. As for that one, we will do it. And I believe we've been doing that quite well.
What's your message to the party's grassroots, to the members of the party as you come here? What do you have to say to them as you rebuild?
Well, the MPP or the elephant is a winning symbol. The elephant is injured for now, but when it's injured, we flex and we move. The elephants have a very long memory. We do not forget things. And we are going to use all that institutional memory, all the work that we know how to do, and put this party back in order. It is obvious that our delegates and our grassroots are excited about it. We are thankful. For me, I'm thankful for the party leaders for putting this together. It brings us all together. It makes us know that the party is still strong and it's a very, very, very credible party. And if you're a young person and you're listening to me and you're still thinking about which political party to join, I would ask you to look at the NPP. Because the NPP is the political party for the future. We know how to do things. We have done it before and we are going to do it again.
Before you go, one of the motions to be considered today is the scrapping of the super delegates system. We should take on that.
Well, I haven't really looked at it, but I think that it has outlived its use. It was brought in as a measure. So if the party doesn't need it now, we can scrap it. Somewhere along the line, we think we need it. We'll come back to conference and and decide on it. For me, I think that if the party believes that we don't need it, we can scrap it.
All 56 motions today. Do you think Congress is going to accept
Well, I cannot preempt, but I believe they would accept most of it. Most of it, yes.
Right. Thank you very much.
Thank you too.
So this is still the National Annual Delegates Conference of the New Patriotic Party. We are coming to you live from the University of Ghana Sports Stadium. I'm here with Lily. My name is Jeba. I'm here. I report from Asasi Radio, and this broadcast is also live on Asasi Radio 99.5. Lily.
We've been joined in studio by, on the field. This is our makeshift studio, by the way. You're watching the National Annual Delegates Conference of the New Patriotic Party here at the University of Ghana Sports Stadium. We've been joined by Abdulaziz Haruna Futa. He's a National Nasara Coordinator for the New Patriotic Party. For you, in commanding your Nasara base and your Zongo base, how are you looking at rebuilding?
Yeah, this is very important question. I believe that the national base is a new wing for the party. If you compare it to the youth wing and the women's wing. If we cast our mind back, we used to have a single number in the Zongo community until the introduction of Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia being the running mate of His Excellency, the former President, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Because there's a strategy that, because the Zongo has been the base of NDC, because there's a history thinking that, oh, NPP, they don't like the Zongo people. It's for them, they make sense that they to cut all the Zongo people outside Ghana. This is a kind of change that NDC and the last President Rawlings put in the Zongo community. Gradually, 2020 election, upon check and His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, future President Mahama, gets 500,000 votes. I can actually say that that votes is from the Zongo community. Definitely we are getting them. And I think one thing that is making us as the national thing is most the leaders of our party didn't think that the national wing is the organizational setup of the party. So, in 24 elections, for instance, there are individuals, the ministers, networks, organizers, organizers, and the organizers themselves. If you take them as the national Nasara and ask them, why you not giving this thing to the Nasara? For the Nasara, let's finish with the organizer first. This is affected us. And that's from polling stations.
Okay.
It's another factor.
So is it some of the motions that will be considered today?
Yeah, it is not out of the motion. The polling station, I asked about it,
Okay.
and it has been rejected.
Okay.
The agreement was, it's for you. It is not every community that you have Zongo there. Which I agree. It was, okay, communities we have singles there. For example, it's east, it's north, it's Arasi, etc. These three constituencies for Ashama, a constituency that NDC can get about 40,000 votes.
Okay.
So my opinion and my argument was, okay, it's not even all the constituencies. Okay, these constituencies, we must have a polling stations so that we can create a leg there and minimize those votes that the NDC are getting. NPP is a democratic party. If you bring an idea that it doesn't sit in, of course, you need to accept whatever decision that is. But one thing that I'm happy that is part of the motion today is now there's a change.
Okay.
Instead of the national coordinator, it's a national organizer.
Okay.
So that makes us
Power.
it gives more power. It gives you more power to work. It means that whoever that is going to organize the organizers, the NASARA will be part of it. And whatever that the NASARA needs for us to work, it will be given than the way things is now. So I'm very excited, but I'm very happy that today the delegates of our party will accept it. So by tomorrow or Monday, my title will be changed. Instead of the NASARA coordinator, you will be the NASARA organizer.
Okay. Okay. At the end of today, what would you expect?
A very united party, a strong party that Ghana will feel that they have a strong opposition party that can put the current government on their team and on their toes and make sure that 2028 we go back to Jubilee House.
Certain of going back to Jubilee House in 2028.
I'm very certain. See, Ghanaians love NPP.
Okay.
This very stadium that we are here now. It was President Kufuor started it. The late President Mills didn't put even one block on it. The current president now, Mr. Mahama, his first 4 years, I know. It took President Nana Adedako Akufo-Addo stadium facility. So this tells you that it is NPP understand Ghana.
If you understand Ghana, where did you lose by that vote margin?
Yes. It's a certain marketing in our party. It's not party. It's and campaign. We should have complaining. How did we get to meeting? Maybe nothing. Give us look at me back. It's a shame that it's veteran governments. It's regretting. Then telling for this conference, it's going to be united. You know, shift that 2028 and then to be out.
Thank you very much, Haruna. So the team is Haruna Puta, the National National Coordinator of the New Patriotic Party, and he says that after this delegates conference, the New Patriotic Party will be organized, will be rebuilt, there will be trust restored, there will be hope also restored to the New Patriotic Party, and every well-meaning Ghanaian to walk into the Jubilee House. As to whether that will materialize or that will come into fruition, 2028 will tell. You're still watching annual national delegate, national annual delegates conference of the New Patriotic Party live at the University of Ghana Sports Stadium. 5,500 delegates are expected to come here. 5 branches about 2 of them. And former executives are also expected to be here. And every new purpose, the New Patriotic Party will here. If here today, I appear on the loan. I'm in with Jama appear with us. I'm ready. Jama.
So we have Dr. Yes, please, let's not do it what we can. This is a microphone. Thank you so much. Welcome. Welcome. So I'm struggling to hear. Dr. Brooklyn is actually struggling to hear because of the music playing in the background. But I try to, we will try and make it do with what we have. Doctor, can you hear me now? Very little. Very little. So tell us, we're building together with our values. The NPP believes it has values that it started a party with. And tell us where the party started from and where we are now. Where the party started from and where we are now. The party started from and where you are now.
Where did we start?
Yes, the party started from. This is a
It's not a question.
The question is, as a party, with the values that you're talking about, what values did you start with as a party?
We stood for the basic values of human beings, all human beings. Everybody wants to be independent. Everybody wants to be respected. Everybody wants to share equally. Benefits you get being a citizen of these things. In other words, our natural resources, resources that are created by human beings, must be allocated in a manner that allow every Ghanaian, rich, poor, ethnicity, race, not important, to benefit equally. To the extent that they are willing, what is called for, they should not be inhibited. So, in other words, we believe in freedom, the capacity of individuals to make decisions for themselves and to live in an environment in which they are respected, they are given opportunity, and to benefit from everything that God is giving to all of us. So this is the essence of our own values that we want greater and greater number of Ghanaians to also have.
Do you think that as a political party, at some point, you lost the values that you held on to, for which reason you started this party?
Well, it's easy to answer the question. Political parties are organized, compete for the votes of the people of their country in a free, fair environment. So if you lose an election, you have to reassess yourself. You must have not been able to meet the expectations of the people. And in that sense, yes, we have.
And so, in the party, if you're saying that you're rebuilding together with your values, what do you really mean at this point in time?
There are a lot of complaints within our party. Some people feel that they've been neglected, they've been used, and they've been dumped. We need to find a mechanism to ascertain the truth of it, and then if it is indeed true, find ways to heal the wounds. Because in practice, every counts. Every Ghanaian, whether rich or poor, has one vote in any election. And so his vote, your vote, my vote, equally important. Even if you are the president, your vote is the same as the poorest person that may be in Ghana. So we have to show respect. We should show accommodation. We should show concern. And we should project an image that allows them to believe that we represent their hopes and aspirations.
There are some 56 motions to be considered today. Some 56 motions to be considered today. These are geared towards expanding the base or the delegate system. Is that what the party really needs now? Expanding the delegate system. Is that what the party really needs now?
Oh, I'm in support. I think to the extent it's possible to allow greater number of people to engage in the process of selection, the better chance we have of selecting the appropriate people to use the various offices and positions within the party.
Do you think the party will move on from today's conference? Some have said it will help energize the party. The conference today will energize the party. Do you agree to that? That the conference today, after today, the party will be energized to move forward. Is that what you also see?
What?
People have said that the conference today will energize the party to move forward. Is that what you see?
Absolutely. The party needs to be energized. A lot of people are unhappy. A lot of people have lost hope. Lots of people are upset because they feel like they have not been beneficiaries of whatever it is that has come to the country, come to the party. So indeed, yes, it is important to listen to every voice because in an election, as I indicated, the poorest man or woman has one vote. The president of the country has one vote. It underscores the value of carrying the people along because everybody is just as important. An election such as we have been through so many times, you can win with a very small margin. And when people are upset with you, the tragedy is that not that they will not vote for you. They will spread it around. And immediately they begin to find others who feel the same way. And when they gang together, you are done.
Is that what happened in 2024?
May well have been.
So what other
Many
factors?
people are angry, too many people, they share their anger. And everybody seems to say that, hey, I also share the same concerns, such as these. And this is why we are here, to find a way to bring our people together, to meet the aspirations of the people, and to project a future that gives confidence to the people that things will be better, my life will be better. Otherwise, there's no sense in being in a political party if your life is not going to change.
The NDC is in government now. What do you think their performance rate is?
After the elections?
NDC, I'm talking about the NDC being in government now. How do you assess the
It's too early.
performance?
It's too early. Whether by circumstance or by policy, that I have very little difficulty believing. A few things have changed. So let us see whether they will be continued, they will live, they will last. But some of the indicators, the biggest one is being the depreciation of our CD, our currency. Our currency has increased in value vis-a-vis the dollar. I'm a Ghanaian, and I wish it is and can be continued. But let us see what happens.
You think it's artificial? Some people say, some of the members are saying,
Well, yeah, I would not because I don't have the data.
right.
But it seems too good for all of this to have happened within such a short period.
It's good to be true.
So let it be.
Right.
The proof of the pudding is in the eating. So we will see whether it's reflective of policies. Because really, when you look at the policies that have been in place, they have been reorganizing. I don't know that is enough to send so much confidence to people just by sheer attempt to organize. Or there is something substantive. And I think, I honestly wish that is good, that is sustainable. Because eventually they still have 4 years, whether they do bad or good. So why not do good for the people of God? And so I have no difficulty. But I will not venture to say that is a true reflection or not. Let us see. The chicken have gone to roost and we will see the result.
Okay. You're welcome once again. Excuse this. In the spirit of rebuilding on your values, he has adopted a top-down approach. You're going to presidential primaries early in January. Is that not a departure from your values? Now, the argument is that you need a leader as you seek to galvanize your base. By the values and tradition of the New Patriotic Party, the leader is the national chairman. Is that not a departure from your values?
Well, in a sense, it's a departure from what we have done before.
Okay.
I don't think we have so quickly abandoned our values to be replaced by this. Part of the essence of this meeting is to discuss that issue. And all of us are apprehensive because we want to do the right thing. So let us get on with this meeting and give us the arguments that will support the new position that some are predicting. We are now used to it. And so if it carries the magic to restore some of our problems and to reawaken us to do better, all the better. But if not, then we will correct.
Of the NPP. What do you think the NPP needs to do? What magic one should it will to restore hope and trust, especially with your base?
Now, what? Second, the people like I have sat down and reflected and come out. If that it's not do what we should have done, we have not accomplished what we wanted accomplished. It should lay down a program that be confident the people that indeed we are coming on the right track. I think that is it. The signal. And therefore, some of the issues that are very confrontational, we should avoid them. Let us move for consensus. When you have great consensus and you have stabilized, you can take some chances. This is not a time to take chances.
Thing. And explain. Well, it's be setting on a formidable course to organize this place for 2028. I'm asking if the party will be able to galvanize this place, the spirit of rebuilding for 2028.
It is possible. It is possible. We started well. And I believe the concept of bringing so many of our people to come here and share ideas, to look for solutions that work. I think it's a beautiful idea. And it will send a signal to the people that indeed we accept that we have made some mistakes and we are willing to correct it. That is why all of us are gathering, looking for solutions, practical solutions that people can relate to restore confidence in our leadership and our capacity to deliver.
You mentioned that you have made some mistakes. What do you think as a party, you the mistakes you made that cost you? Did you make as a party that cost you?
We should strengthen the thoughts of this party. That's the not consultation. There should be mutual respect, mutual respect, and commitment that can be embedded in how we work within ourselves. When so many people are angry and are not motivated enough, you can't go forward. So this is a time for us to reflect, time of reflection, to look for solutions and to energize hope
Mm.
that yes, indeed, we can do it.
At the end of today, what would you expect of the NPP?
I think at the end of the day, we will know the place, what we must do. We will at least for the minimum identify what must be avoided and what must be included. And I think once we do that, we will have a lot of progress ahead of us.
Very much for speaking to us. So that's Dr. Kofi Apreku. He is a needed member and a stalwart of the New Patriotic Party. You're still watching extensive coverage of the New Patriotic Party's National Delegates Conference 2025. We're live at the University of Ghana Sports Stadium. I mentioned to you that a lot of preparations had been put in place prior to this day. Everybody who matters in the NPP, if you look ahead, you see leading members of the NPP, you see members of parliament here, you see lots of delegates here. Now, we know that 5,500 of them are expected to be here. We consider about 56 motions. Will all 56 be considered, or a number of them will be adopted and others shelved for later? I'm still here with Gemma up here. Gemma, who do we have here?
So David Wachi is the Bruno East Regional Secretary. Welcome. Welcome to Accra. The Delegates Conference in 2025, we're building together with our values. Today, will be some 56 motions will be put before the delegates.
Yeah.
Tell me what your reaction is, your initial reactions.
Thank you very much for having me, my sisters. Let me say greetings to our listeners and viewers. My impression has been very good. I know when we were coming, people thought the stakes were high. There were going to be tensions. People thought even the motions were going to be so controversial that people were going to kick against and those things. But my sisters, to be frank, since you came, how do you see the atmosphere? Nobody. And people have been shocked. They thought, you're reading the motions from us. You were supposed to publish. But now they have seen that when we're saying we have already published it, it's the same thing, reality that has been published. The only thing that has been done is that the motions and proposals that we gave to the committee, if you put them together as single units, we're going to get more than 700 proposals. But most of the proposals were speaking to one thing. If you look at the 3 legs we gave to the committee to stand on, first was the amendments that we were to do in Kumasi in 2021 that we didn't do. We gave it to them to go through. Then the Professor Okoye committee recommendations, they were recommendations. They cannot be implemented unless they have been put into motions, conference accepted, then they become part of our constitution. And the third one was the individual proposals that people were going to write per the constitutional requirements. That one alone gave us 303 proposals. So if you put the 303, the 2021 booklets, and Professor Okoye committee reports, recommendations, we're getting about 700. That is how come we put the committee together to go through and reduce them to motions. If you look at the 303 proposals, 86 of them are talking about the expansion of delegates. But just that, they were not talking to a single number. Somebody was proposing we expand polling stations from 5 to 25. Somebody says 21. Somebody says 19. Some 17 to 7. Then we have to subject it to consultation. Do cost-benefit analysis. We saw that, for a start, we're moving towards 1 man, 1 vote within 4 years.
Okay.
So if you look at that proposal, then can come move there. That move meaning is 1 man, 1 towards that. What we have to read there? Financial wise, resource wise, cohesion. Oh, let's expand the polling station by 40%. So now from 5 to 7, let's add communication director, let's add director of election. Good. Electoral area was 1. Now let's increase it to 5. So now let's add communication officer, let's secretary, let's add organizer, let's director of elections. Let's increase constituency from 17 to 20.
Okay.
From then let's go to the region from 17 to 21.
Okay.
So we have unlimited expansions. But together, ultimately, they are bringing about 120,000 delegates more. It's not small. Some people were talking, okay, we brought this thing, we haven't seen it. Where is it? Now, we circulated all the 303. Now, this is here. We want somebody to say that what you circulated, there was this in it, but now it's not here.
Okay.
You see it? It's here. What is happening is that now, we have come out of the 56. The only one I've seen forceful challenge is the one we say we are reducing the age bracket of the youth organizers from 39 to 35. That is the only thing.
What was the argument behind the reduction?
You see, if you even read it, they have stated it. They wanted it to conform with standards.
Okay.
They say United Nations. What is the definition of United Nations for youth? Definition of African Union for youth, ECOWAS for youth, even in Ghana, National Youth Authority. What is our definition? So all these things came together. So they just wanted to conform. It's not anything political. But we are saying we are doing politics. This is not in conformity with any international standard. After all, nobody is going to mark who is your youth organizer. That is why some people are challenging it forcefully. Support those who are challenging it, because if we implement it now, about 70% of our sitting youth organizers may not qualify to contest.
Okay.
And it will be something that will not be good for us. So we can approve it, but postpone its implementation and say that, yes, we are agreeing.
If you approve it now, why wait on its implementation? Then why not expunge it from this and table it for a later date, a later conference?
The later conference that will amend the constitution will be 4 years. The next 4 years. But maybe people want to see it. To me, I would not want it to go through. So out of the 56, I will support 55.
Okay.
You see it? Some are so salient, some are so good that their coming will help us. So that is why we are all pushing so that we'll have it. Well, we are just praying that we live here a stronger party, a united party, a larger delegates group. And I believe from there, the party will be stronger going forward.
Okay. Thank you very much for joining us.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me.
Successful conference.
Thank you.
And all motions will be adopted.
Thank you.
All right. So you're still watching the extensive coverage of the National Annual Delegate Conference of the New Patriotic Party. And I've been joined in the studio by Lumensa. Not him Lumensa. That is his government's name. He's widely known as Okatechi Efifa Manta. Okatechi, how are you? Okatechi, how are you? Doing awesome. It's good to see you.
Fantastic.
You are here for the National Annual Delegates Conference. You command a chunk of the youth. What are the expectations?
I'm expecting that after today's conversation, the party will be renewed in spirit, the people will move in the ideas and the principles on which one builds family. The first person I think by which belongs to the children, the lessons of this people, space gives I believe that this conversation, what we increased. It's just conversation was having. The same conversation. I believe so strongly. This is something different.
Going back to your values, what points did the NPP lose its values? Counted for those.
Conversations. If you guys, listen up, just the best power. The market women, what is that standing clues advance to vote and give us the second will of the people? We have to be honest with ourselves. Now, in the last 8 years, little by little, the trust that the people bestowed upon us, we washed all those trusts away. So it is time that we have to have honest conversations. It is time that we have to make sure that we gain the trust of the people, just so they can give us power. But when they have given us power, we don't need to repeat the mistakes of yesterday. We need to remember the people that gave us power. We need to remember that our party is a property-owning democracy. So we protect the people's property. We don't use state authority to take the savings and loans of the aged and still expect that they will come out and vote for us. Such is not what our party stands for.
Okay.
The destruction of people's businesses is not the ideals and the principles of our party. So I believe so strongly today is a day of reflecting. Today is the day of proper conversations that will bring us back on track to regain the trust of the people.
Let me digress a bit. I see behind you a number of security men that you came in. So it means that there's internal security. Is it that you do not trust the state security apparatus?
They are not security men. These are members of our party. These are people that believes in our ideals and principles. Except that when we had power, just as I said, we forgot about them. So they were angry. Now we are trying little by little, piecing them together, bringing them back on track. For them to have the love that they used to fight for the party in 2008, in 2012, in 2016, 2020. That love must come back. And it starts from you seeing them today.
Okay.
These are people that we used when we wanted power. They are angry. I'm sure you've seen videos on social media. All of them complained that you were dejected. This is the moment that I need to be the bridge upon which that these people will come back to our food. And if we are going to be the bridge upon which these people will come back into our food, then we're certainly going to determine where the bridge will lead to. So if you see them, you may see them as security. I don't see them as security. I see them as brothers of the same fraternity and the same family.
Okay. But you're in criticizing the NDC. Very things here. They're just about 6 months in office.
That continue. At no point do we say that governors, even if it's one day, as long as we can trust them, the market of the people. And because we have a social contract with them, They have taken the people's money through taxes.
Okay.
We cannot give anybody a grace period. We need to open our eyes from the very first day that the government was sworn in to lead the people. Can't criticize. It is nothing new. I didn't even when my party was in government. So if I did it then and people were happy, why are people complaining today? But I'm so clear in my mind what I am doing. I am so clear in my mind what I stand for. And no amount of people complaining will stop me from saying what I have to say, will stop me from doing what I have to do to make sure I put the government on its task to do what inures to the benefit of the larger society.
What do you think for? Many say that only chasing attention.
Whatever human being does, everybody will have their opinion. I am not in the business of going around and explaining myself to people seeking approval. Many leaders of the world were not liked, but I am placing my conviction what I am seeking for. If people see it as attention seeking, others see it as fighting for a cause.
Okay.
If there is only one person who was able to criticize his government and again criticize the opposition government, and you see that person as seeking attention, fighting for the will of the people, that is up to you. It's only a shallow-minded individual that will say that that person is seeking attention.
Okay.
I am not. I am the attention myself. So I don't seek attention. But I speak to power without fear, without favor.
Okay.
I did it yesterday. Now they recognize some of these comments for you to feel bad and stop doing what you are doing. I am not the issue guy. It doesn't move me. It won't change anything.
You did that for the NDC so far, 6 months on.
I think they are doing what they can. I am only scrutinizing them when they are not doing. As a government, it's not about brick and mortar. Every government plays brick and mortar. But what matters most is about standing with the people and taking decisions that adhere to the benefit of the next generation. If after 6 months, this government is now allowing volunteers to go on and punish, I don't think they are doing anything better.
Today, string of the MPPU.
The position of the youth. Because we are opening electoral college, I believe there will be more people coming in. And as you can see, a lot of the people here they will open it. They will bring for you to the decision making table. The youth are not only just or good for places and sport mountain. They are good at decision making table. So I believe that the youth of our party must be given the chance to sit at decision making table because we cannot win the heart of the people with the same old strategies and methods.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So that's Okatiche Fifa Mensa. He is a youth commander. He's a youth activist of the New Patriotic Party. You're still watching extensive coverage of the NPP Annual National Delegates Conference. There are a lot of people who have trooped in here to the University of Ghana Stadium. Lots of members of the party are here. We've equally interacted with a number of. At the end of the day, 56 motions have been tabled for consideration. As to whether or not these 56 will be considered at the end of this conference, we will know.
Right, so the party just sang it, and then you see that the delegates.
Personality.
Yes, yes. And so when all the people who came here said that this is a platform for them to re-energize, they really meant it. And you see there's a lot of delegates from the various regions are now seated. Most of them are seated, and the program or the conference is about to start. Gordon and so many people we've spoken to, they've expressed their views of the various motions that will put forward.
And one of the things that I am particularly excited about is all the communicators we've engaged, they keep talking about the youth. The youth. Prior to 2024, we saw a lot of grantils and voice of concerns of the youth. It feels as though the party is listening to what its youth base is saying. And I pray and hope that the party adopts everything that will inure to the benefit of young people. Because we've seen that there's a fade out of the older folks and a new energy, a new takeover by the young people of the party. So if these things are adopted, it will inure to the benefits of the new patriotic party. Okay, Shin, you're back.
Yes, I'm
Let's do once again.
it's a good feeling to me. So I went around. Yes, yes. I went around. I went outside the premises of this place to have a conversation with a lot of the people outside. Think goes to the special committee because I was having entertaining some fears that compressing over 303 pages into a 56 motion document may be problematic. However, it seems they have managed to encapsulate every concern. And so I think for me it's good. Thinking about the youth, let us not forget that the NPP is a conservative party.
True.
So naturally, a conservative party traditions that I had. And
Especially as it seeks to go back to its tradition and values.
exactly. And I'm very happy that is that massive support for expansion as captured by the various motions at the police station levels and other levels. To the extent that at the police station level, I'm not expecting, let's say, 5-year-old man to go and contest the position at the police station level or yes, or coordinator. I'm expecting the youth to take advantage of this window so that they get involved. And see, we don't do politics at the apex level. Every politics start from the grassroots, and the grassroots is the police station.
Yeah.
And so they are going to expand it, and we have a lot of the youth, let's say between the age bracket of let's say 25 and even 40 or even 50. You have a lot of the youth getting involved in mobilizing the activities of the MPP. So I'm just happy that this is going to happen. Yes. And so people is showing the way that they are really to the youth, and it is the opportunity for the youth to take. If they don't take advantage, and then 65-year-olds also come to the crowd to say, come and take position. Who do they blame? They can't blame anybody. And so for me, I've realized that there are two popular motions that has engaged the discussions outside them expansion, and then the election of the director of communication at the various level from police station to the national.
I also think it's an innovative thing that the party will do.
Yes.
Because the party ought to select who will communicate for the party.
Yeah.
The people should have confidence in who will speak for the party and not impose on them who speaks for the party. So I think that is an innovative thing that the party will consider.
Well, for me, it's we say that the message is as good as the messenger, right? The message is as good as the message. And so if you are going to get somebody to speak for the party, then the people must see themselves in the speaker. The president, the message. There's a grassroots see themselves in the speaker. If they only see themselves, they should be able to identify and say that, oh, Salam is there. I see myself in Salam.
Okay.
If Salam is speaking for me and I don't see myself in Salam, there's going to be a disconnect. Absolutely. If I'm able to see myself in Salam, then I am within his vote, I'm within in spirit. And I'm of the whatever he said is representing me. Go out there,
Okay.
articulate their vision and also their purpose as social communicators so that they can so that's it.
Okay. So this is my colleague Gordon Asayebediako. He is with Wontumi Radio. And he's still watching the National Annual Delegates Conference of the New Patriotic Party. My name is Lily Mohammed. I work for the EIB Network. Joined by Salam Mustafa. He's the National Youth Organizer for the New Patriotic Party. So welcome. How are you?
I'm fantastic.
I can see that.
Yeah.
You look energized. And the resonating song in all the speakers we have engaged is consolidating your gains, galvanizing it, primarily centered on the youth. The youth organizer, how does that sit with you?
Very, very well.
Mm.
The entire political construct revolves around the youth. And we take the party, the youth wing is the biggest department of the party. So for anything that puts the youth in the center of the first, in the epicenter, that's the right thing to do. I keep saying that in dealing with the youth, it should not be lip service.
Sure.
It should not be talk.
Mm.
We should walk the talk. If the youth dominate, and in the last elections, if we pick the voters register, the youth alone are picking 18 to about 45. We are looking about 71% voting register. It tells you that's total dominance of government as far as the are concerned. So you cannot joke with such a you start your own risk. And that's why we should be careful and pay attention to youth-related issues. They are so crucial and important that if we do not take time swinging against the past, the position for a long time. The many people to vote are really the young people from millennials.
The alpha.
We make a separate concerted conscious effort to align with the youth. Coming, in support thinking of the party. And I think we should do more. Talk, but we should actionalize it as well.
In aligning with the youth, one of the motions talks about a reduction in the age for the National Youth Organizer position from 39 to 35. It's something that excites you because it will take you out of power. Oppositions.
Essentially, even though I will not be running for the position again,
What are you eyeing then? Are you eyeing the National Organizer position?
definitely.
Okay. Well,
But I want a different opinion.
mm.
And I don't try to this.
Long ago, just a while ago, you mentioned that you believe in the capabilities of the youth.
Yes, I
Is
do.
that not a step in the right direction?
It is. What I'm saying is that
Mm.
we have a current arrangement where the age threshold is 40.
Mm.
And I think that it's working perfectly.
Okay.
That's not broken, it's not fixed.
Mm.
Let's allow people within that bracket who have garnered so much experience
Mhm.
play their role to be, go out of the youth wing.
Mhm.
I've been in the youth wing for maybe the last 20 years or so.
Okay.
And today I am looking at taking a step forward
For elevation.
for innovation
Mm.
and leaving it behind for the younger generation. That's how it works.
Okay.
And I'm going
In 20 years, in that 20 years, don't you think that you would have built a number of people to take up from you if the motion is adopted?
Either or.
Okay.
The situation is the same.
Mm.
I know as we speak, fantastic young men, who are the best organizer for the party. Fantastic material.
Okay.
I have stepped in and over what I have when there's no needs. 40 years, then you still have a lot of young people within the pool and do a lot for you. But you limit it and you might cut off a lot of people and you may not get so much value from a lot of these young people that we have in the party. So allow the age and 40 age threshold to hold
and let young people keep growing in the party, learning to do different things, communication, operations, and so on and so forth.
Mm.
Then we know that at any material point in time, you have people who play roles in the party.
There have been a lot of disgruntled members of your party, particularly the youth. Some have raised concerns, a number of them. After today, do you think that these concerns will be addressed?
Yes and no.
Okay.
It will take time to address, most of the challenges. It will take some time, which is normal.
Okay.
Yes. What I want every young person to know is that politics, takes a lot.
Okay.
Character, perseverance, endurance, sacrifice, it takes a lot.
Mhm.
And once you come into the fray,
Mhm.
you have to prepare for it.
Mhm.
It's not an easy road to climb.
Mm.
It takes a lot of sacrifice to, remain, within the political field.
Mm.
So the young people should not mistake. You're right. Yeah, you see politicians on VAs and travel and it's taking a lot of effort. It's taking time to get to where people have. Therefore, when you're coming in, don't let temporary setback take you out. Rather, master courage at any point in time.
Do you call them temporary setbacks? There are some people who say they were maligned for 8 years. It's not temporary.
Yeah, we can all say so at one point in time. So it's okay to feel like that.
Mm.
A lot of people felt left behind.
Yes.
And we saw apathy, as seen in this election.
Mm.
So it's okay for people to feel like that.
Okay.
Listen, at the end of the day, if you have spent the last 5, 10 years of your life believing in the end, you just throw it away, or you continue to put it as we win, you can take your claim. I would rather I stay for the claim. So I was a very young person when the MP lost in 2008. In that election, I was the polling agent, the assistant polling agent of the parties. We went through a very rough time. And I said, oh, you know what? I mean, let me go and find something else to do with my life. But I rather chose to be with the NPP. In the time, it was at its lowest end.
Okay.
But we are fighting and we got into power.
Mhm.
And, we did 8 years. Unfortunately, we lost and we are back, into opposition. We work again to get into power. So it's a continuum.
Mm.
And I encourage young people to master the courage to,
Now that you talk about your loss, many say that the national executives of the party are to blame. Would you take blame?
well, I don't run away from blame. To the extent that if we had won and they were prejudice would have taken it,
Mhm.
I wouldn't say that we shouldn't take blame.
Okay.
But to what extent did we contribute to the defeat of the party?
Okay.
That one I can say that it was not the fault of national executives,
Mhm.
that COVID hit us. That we saw some sharp increase in economic, situation.
Mhm.
You cannot blame that on national level.
Okay.
So there are mistakes, one or two that we may have made on our own.
Disconnects between the national executives, the governance, and the government at the time.
It is always the case that when a party is in power, there's that dissonance.
Mhm.
It's like a disease.
Mhm.
I can see the NDC going through it already.
Mhm.
That there's a disconnect between party and government. It's us towards it.
Okay.
And that's why I keep preaching to the NPP that we have to get to a period where party and government can share power. We don't want the powers of the president. We're only saying that party and government sit on the same wavelength.
Okay.
So that's
Is it part of the motions to be considered today?
I don't think so. These are not issues that motions can solve.
Okay.
It's about the government and party sitting down to make arrangements that work
Okay. Okay.
and abide by.
Okay.
So no matter the motions you put, it will not cure the problem.
Mhm.
It is the sincerity of the players
Okay.
that will.
Okay. So thank you very much. We wish you all the best at this conference. So that's Salah Mustafa. He is a national youth organizer for the New Patriotic Party. I am still here. My name is Lily Mohammed, and we're still bringing you extensive coverage of the New Patriotic Party's National Annual Delegates Conference. The party has set in motion the commencement of the conference, and pretty shortly you will hear speeches from various fronts and speakers who will come and address the party on the way forward as the party seeks to galvanize its base on a theme rebuilding together with our values. Obviously, I am not working alone. I'm still here with Gordon. I'm sorry, but yeah, for Gordon.
So, we are going facing the VIP. We are going facing the VIP. I'm seeing a lot of big from the MPP. I've seen Papa Oto Akuma there. I've seen also Lansing over there. I've seen Samuel Uku. I've seen the former deputy director of the MD State Housing. A lot of MPP big over there. It's been the night of Alabama. I don't know whether it's seen, but it's not that clear. A whole lot of people. 2 hours ago, a 85-year-old time to move in here. And the question I'm asking myself is, if somebody who is 85 years sees the need to attend this program today, what about you who is 35-year-old and you say you are home and you call yourself a delegate or whatever? Let us all so far as you have the mandate. Just come. If you're unable to come here, watch proceedings on television and they make your input.
So we've been joined by Dr. Ezekiel Ejekumobenge. He is a member of the party's communications team. Doc, good morning to you. I'm doing well. How are you? Well, it's good to know. As the party seeks to rebuild together, what are the things that you think will be critical for the party? Things you think should be considered after today?
Don't have values and tenets of the Democratic Party. So, and what it is represented the advance and the purpose of the state is unity.
As well. So that Dr. Ezekiel Ejekum of Vegas, he is a member of party's communication to Happily Guarding and Private. Join me. I'll be enjoying
All right. So I'm second deputy speaker of parliament. I the feeling like you're supposed to protect your account at the national media. President just said. My second point, they also declare more or less a Canada to also come in somewhere.
Yes, and there's another from a party. But I'm going to say my number. There's another one for a colleague. My minority. And I think how they were very different to the majority. How are you? One hand.
Yeah, I think we need to position ourselves well, right, and image for ourselves, for the party. Even though we might not be the voice by way of the materiality, but whatever our position is, make it clear for Nigerians to know that policy has private. So even though voting may not go our way, Ghanaians will see our position, where we stand, and if we were to be the way we are taking it. All right. Honorable Address, now, who is the second? Area what about personally, my interest has always been with the delegates. I must confess, I'm not the type of politician who just follow everybody saying this. You have to sit down, analyze, look at which one actually affects the standing of the party. And I think that this system must be looked at again. So any amendment that's going to be looked into that angle, I am for it. I am praying that if probably the party has not got it your mind to make every member, and one of the day, in such a way that you can get his voice heard in any decision. Let's enlarge it. All right. So I am for it. All right. So this is suitable. Can you thank you? It doesn't mean it backward, but I don't think it really that. So we have same program. But we have what I'll all right. Well, let's it's quality. Yeah. Now MPP members we are down. But it's part of the political game. Let's take time. Let ourselves our capital. Thank you very much. All right. From of ballot boxes were widespread, with security agencies often failing to intervene. The most shocking of all was what followed many months after. On Friday, the 14th of July, 2025, the Electoral Commission organized a rerun of our elections, 19 polling stations in Ablekumanov. Despite having previously sworn under oath in both court and in parliament that only a simple collation of three pink sheets remained, we had already collated our results as a political party, and we were sure we have won with over 400 votes. Yet, through what can only be described as a collusion between the Electoral Commission and the NDC, the will of the people was reversed. Party members who went to support Honorable Ikuya Efriye to monitor the rerun were assaulted. The police stood by helplessly as thugs brutalized observers, including journalists and women who were stomped on whilst lying defenselessly on the floor. This was not just an affront to the NPP, it was an assault on our democracy. Fellow patriots, we must speak these truths, not out of bitterness, but out of responsibility. Never again should violence and fear going into 2028. Chairman, some of our wounds, we must admit, were self-inflicted. Post-election frustrations have sometimes been misdirected at leadership, creating unnecessary tension and mistrust within our ranks. This must stop. The time has come to reconnect with our grassroots, restore discipline, and reignite the spirit of service that built this party. Fellow conferees, this is why the decision to amend our constitution and to conduct early presidential primaries must be applauded. It will allow us to reorganize early, heal internal divisions, and give our candidates time to reconnect with the people. It is a bold, strategic step towards reclaiming power in 2028. Chairman, we have to be clear about one thing. Returning to power will not come easy. It will require unity, not the absence of criticism, but the presence of shared purpose. It will demand sacrifice, hard work, and absolute respect for our structures and processes. We must also elevate our youth and women who remain the backbone of this party. We must speak in a language the Ghanaian people understand, one of opportunity, service, and hope. Chairman, before I conclude, I wish to express on behalf of my region our deepest condolences to the family of our late brother, Honorable Ernest Kumi, a patriot whose life exemplified the values we gather here to uphold. May he rest in perfect peace. To the people of Akwetia, we stand with you in this difficult time. And also all those who have suffered injustice. This party is your home, and together we will rise again. Let this conference mark a turning point, the beginning of a return not just to political power, but to the ideals that define the NPP. May God bless the NPP, may God bless Ghana, and may our rebuilding begin now. Krodo.
Thank you very much, the Greater Accra Regional Chairman, Chairman Divine Otu at the home. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. This is the welcome address from the chairman. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now we are inviting the former constituency chairman, former regional chairman, Central Region, now national first vice chairman, to open the conference for us. Let's welcome Chairman Dankwa Smith Bute to open the conference for us.
Kudu. Kudu. His Excellency, the former President John Agyekum Kufuor, His Excellency, the former President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, my fellow national executives, regional executives, police station executives, former chief of staff, member of parliament, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome all of you to today's conference. I hope and believe that before we leave here, we will become united and peaceful. Before I sit down, please let us observe a minute silence for our departed brother, Honorable Kumi. So let us rise up. Everybody should stand up. May his soul rest in perfect peace. Midianom. Anopei mahobeka chese. Atino, we are united than before. I believe, say, conference way, you be free her, you be confused. Now, what you are coming in, your chum near by a bako, near to me, move party to forward. Sending by 2028, we will become victorious. Memabunina akwaba bill. Now, on this note, I declare this conference open. Thank you very much, and may God bless you all.
Thank you very much. The conference is duly opened. Constitutionally, the National Treasurer is mandated to give a report to conference. We shall invite the National Treasurer, Dr. Charles Dramina, to give us a report on the party's financial standing. Dr. Charles Dramina. What's why you know Christ or river? Christ or river.
National Chairman, colleague national officers, excellencies, honorable members of parliament, distinguished delegates of the 2025 National Annual Delegates Conference, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to you all. I stand on behalf of the Finance Committee of the National Council to present to conference the financial report of the party. Before I proceed, Mr. Chairman, please allow me to acknowledge and thank the distinguished personalities whose generous contributions have made it very possible for us to hold conference today. And these personalities are His Excellency Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, Honorable Kennedy Ejapong, Honorable Dr. Brian Echampong, Honorable Dr. Edichum. All these personalities and many more, including the former political ambassadors and political appointees under the President Akufo-Addo's administration, will be officially appreciated in writing. I also take this opportunity to acknowledge the chairman and members of the Finance Committee who have worked around the clock to ensure that the needed funds are mobilized to make this event a success. So to the chairman of the committee, Chairman Secretary Abankwa, the Secretary, Dr. Charles Dramina, Ambassador Edward Boateng, Madam Adelaide Ahwene, Madam Nana Adjoa Dokuya, and Madam Janet Anane, we say thank you for your efforts. Mr. Chairman, the Treasury, under the leadership of the Steering Committee and the Finance Committee, set out to improve the financial health of the party along 5 main pillars. These are enhancing transparency and accountability, appreciating and recognizing anyone who donates to the party, training executive members on effective financial protocols, making dues and contribution payments flexible, and diversifying our sources of revenue. Under enhancing transparency and accountability, leadership has put in measures to enhance transparency and accountability right from the beginning of this administration. Officers from across all levels of the party have been conscientized on the need to retire all funds disbursed to them for party-related activities. I am happy to report to conference that there is a high degree of compliance, although we have still not been able to achieve 100% compliance. I use this occasion to appeal to all party executive officers to cooperate with the treasurers and financial secretaries at their various constituencies and regions whenever they request for documentation in financial disbursements. Such requests are aimed at enhancing transparency and accountability, and as such, will inure to the benefit of the party. Appreciating and recognizing anyone who donates to support the party. Mr. Chairman, this administration has taken steps to appreciate and recognize members, supporters, sympathizers, and all who donate to support the party. We have been organizing events such as Time with the Patrons, during which we appreciate those who contribute to support the party. Appropriate certificates and letters of appreciation and recognition are given out to all those who contribute to support the party. This, we believe, is motivating them and encouraging them to continue to support the party. Training executive members on effective financial protocols. Over the period, training workshops have been organized for the regional officers who manage the purse of the party to sharpen their skill set and deepen their understanding of what they have to do. There is the need for this training to be extended to all constituencies so that every executive officer will understand and appreciate the nuances of political finance protocols. Perhaps after such training workshops, the needless tension between some treasurers and their colleagues in the discharge of their duties may be eliminated, as it will be expected that most executive members, if not all, will understand and cooperate with their treasurers and financial secretaries. Making dues contributions and payments flexible. Conference. The current administration has put in measures to ensure that the payment of dues is optimized. Currently, the membership dues is in 4 categories. Platinum, they contribute 10 cedis per month. Gold, 8 Ghana cedis per month. Silver, 5 Ghana cedis per month. And bronze, 2 Ghana cedis per month. The payment is now through a short code, *920*270#. This payment application was developed in-house by our own IT directorate and has been made very convenient for members to pay their dues or make donations anytime. Prior to the introduction of this system, members had to go all the way to their various constituencies and regional offices to have their dues paid. And this cumbersome process discouraged a number of party members in paying their dues. As part of my working visit to sensitize members on dues payment, the Treasury interacted with 6,958 party members. Out of this number, 1,728 were constituency officers, 2,380 were electoral area coordinators, 934 were polling station executive members, and 1,916 were non-executive members. When we engaged them, more than 6,800 of these clearly indicated that they were no more interested in paying their dues, and they mainly cited 2 reasons. The first being the cumbersome process of having to go to the constituency and regional offices to pay their dues, and the second being the fact that they do not get any direct benefit from the party after paying their dues. When we informed them of the new digital payment system and a proposal to have an accident insurance policy attached directly to the dues payment, 6,829 out of the 6,958 changed their minds and indicated their commitment to pay their dues so as to benefit from the policy. This represents 98.14% of party members engaged who are ready to pay their dues should the accident insurance proposal come into effect. Mr. Chairman, the group accident insurance policy proposal is aimed at ensuring that any member who is in good standing gets substantial financial support in times of trouble occasioned by an accident. The benefits cover accidental death, where the next of kin of the deceased member will be paid a lump sum amount. Permanent disability occasioned by an accident, where the affected member in good standing shall be given a lump sum payment. Temporal disablement, where the affected member in good standing who is not able to go to work because of the accident shall be given a weekly allowance until he's able to go to work. And finally, an amount of money shall be paid to the member in good standing to cover the medical expenses occasioned by an accident. Mr. Chairman, for all these benefits, the member does not need to make any additional payment other than the payment of the monthly membership dues. The Finance Committee has already approved the group accident insurance policy proposal and has recommended it to the party for adoption. It is the considered opinion of the Finance Committee that the group accident insurance proposal will serve as a potent revenue catalyst that will motivate majority, if not all, our members to pay their dues. As indicated above, the insurance proposal would make it possible for the Finance Committee to raise substantial revenues for the party. This will then pave the way for the party to enroll other more expensive policies, such as life insurance policies that can address the chronic health conditions of some party members. Going forward, Mr. Chairman, conference delegates, it will be helpful if we all commit to paying our dues to enable the party run smoothly. If conference is to ensure that Article 34B of our Constitution is enforced, the party can realize substantial amounts of money from our membership dues mobilization. That said, Mr. Chairman, may I at this juncture present to conference a summary of our audited financial statement. These statements have been audited by the party's external auditors and have been reviewed and approved by the National Chairman, the General Secretary, and the National Treasurer. In the year 2020, the total revenue mobilized by the party was 72,692.97 Ghana cedis. And this was mobilized from a combination of dues, fundraising activities, nomination and filing fees, among other streams of revenue. The total expenditure for that same year was 73,125,471, and the expenditure covered office administration, the communications, training and operations, meeting expenditure, campaign-related and election-related activities. In the year 2023, the total revenue mobilized was 107,975,071 Ghana cedis. Also from donations, nomination and filing fees, membership dues, fundraising activities, and other revenue streams for the party. In that same year, a total of 110,090,614 was spent on office administration, communications, internal elections and by-elections, audit and meeting expenditure, and party campaign and organizational activities. In the year 2024, a total amount of 113,907,252 was mobilized by the Treasury for the party. In that same year, a total of 114,097,641 was spent by the party in organizing party-related activities, including training and operations, meeting expenditure, election and election-related activities, office administration, and communications. Mr. Chairman, conference delegates, these financial returns had to be filed at the Electoral Commission within specific time periods in order not to breach the provisions of Act 574. Due to the fact that there were no national annual delegate conferences in 2023 and 2024, these statements could not be tabled before you for approval prior to filing. The national chairman, the general secretary, and the national treasurer jointly acted on behalf of conference to avoid breaches of Act 574. I am therefore seeking the retrospective approval of conference to ratify the decisions taken on behalf of the National Annual Delegates Conference by the national chairman, the general secretary, and the national treasurer. I thank you for your audience and wish all of us a successful conference. Thank you.
Thank you, National Treasurer, for your report. Now, conference, a quick roll call. I need you all to be active. Yeah, Babubo regions, you know. Says yeah, the aha yama. Yenye de kesia pa. Upper East, Monsora. Wake up, Upper East. Rise up to your feet. Thank you very much. Upper East. Upper West, where are you? Anthony Namo and your people. Thank you very much. The Vice President's region. Northeast, are you here? Northeast, are you here? Thank you very much. Northern region. Northern region. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Chairman Samba and your people. Now to Savannah region. Prof. Calimonia and your people. Savannah region. Great, great, great to have you here. Yadamwase. Ave Yanko. Bono East region. Chairman Albi, Bono East region. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Ave Yanko. Kwame Bafu Abronya region. Bono region, where are you? Thank you very much. Western North. Chairman Ben Amma and your people, where are you? Western North. Great to have you here. Yadamase, Yadamase. The President's region. Eastern region, show your presence, where are you? Eastern region, show your presence, where are you? Thank you. That is the President's region. Chairman Jeff Kunedu and your people, we thank you very much. To Oti region, Chairman Dapa and your people,
Chairman Evans Dapa and your people, thank you very much. Oti Regine, we can see you. Great to have you in here. Chairman Makafui Wanya, Volta Regine. Volta Regine. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I like the energy. Thank you very much. Western region. The best come from the West. Western region. Chairman Indonesia and your people, where are you? Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Now to Central region. President is Kwaku and your people. Central, where are you? Where are you? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We can feel you. Thank you. Now to the heartbeat of the New Patriotic Party. Central region. Central region. And your people. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now to the host region. To the host region. Chairman Divine, to go home and your people. Greta, let us know your energy. Greta, thank you very much. Thank you very much. The National Treasurer just delivered our financial report. All those in favor of the motion, can I hear a big aye? All those who are not in favor, can I hear no? The ayes have it. Thank you very much. The report is adopted.
Thank you, conference. God bless us all.
Now, let's call for the party anthem to warm us up. Every time you hear the party anthem, all must be on your feet. Thank you. All of us must be on our feet. We are the New Patriotic Party. It's our winning symbol. You shall win to serve Ghana. The winning is our winning symbol. Shall win. We shall. I will not serve you. Serve God. Can't live on things. The winner. Serve God. Serve God. All of us must win. Let's win. Let's win. Let's win. Let's win. Let's win. Let's win. Shirago. 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 Shirago.
And now we shall listen to fraternal messages from other political parties. The first party here, a delegation led by the General Secretary, Citizen Atodazi, is the Great Consolidated Popular Party, GCPP. He is joined by
Madam Cynthia Atta, his second vice, and Mr. George Amua, the national organizer. The delegation from the Great Consolidated Popular Party, GCPP.
Krudu. Chairman of Congress, kindly permit me to stand on existing protocols to bring you greetings from the only party in Ghana that has stayed true to the ideals and values of its concept of domestication, the Great Consolidated Popular Party. Our 2024 flag bearer, Dr. Daniel Augustus Latte Jr., also extends his heartfelt greetings to you all. Let me begin by congratulating the organizing committee for a great work done so far. Today marks a very important journey in the life of the NPP. Your conduct and decisions today will determine whether the party will continue a sinking path or change the trajectory as a formidable and united party, which is determined to win power once again. Just as many Ghanaians, how a party moved from the battle is the Lord's to Mayekuntain, I would say, or Sisifianibi is a mystery. However, it is refreshing to know that the party, through its own internal mechanisms, has realized the essential need to go back to its values. The self-destruction button that was once pressed years ago needs to be unpressed. This is the time for a sober reflection and introspection. Therefore, burn walls and not bridges. Egos should be managed and collective good should rather be explored. The choice of whether you live here as a united front or otherwise is in your hands. We from the GCPP wish you well, and we hope you have a great conference that will reflect the true values of the NPP. God bless our homeland Ghana and make it great and strong. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now we have our great students wing here with us. Commitment! 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 Thank you very much. TESCON is fully represented. Over 200 institutions duly acknowledged. Thank you very much.
Thank you, TESCON. We now invite the delegation from PNC, People's National Convention. The delegation is led by their national organizer, Alhaji Abbas Nuhu. With him are Narita Mary Loga, who is the Deputy National Women Organizer, Mark Ewusi Akun, the National Youth Organizer, and Esther Osei Dansu, who is the National Women Organizer. We welcome the People's National Convention as they give us their fraternal message for our 2025 conference.
Bukurudu, Bukurudu, PNC, PNC.
Mr. Chairman, permit me to stand on the existing protocols and extend fraternal greetings from the leadership of the People's National Convention, Dr. Edward Nasigiri Mahama, former Member of Parliament, Honorable David Apasara, and our current leader, Bernard Ambataye Lamona. Chairman of the New Patriotic Party, distinguished members of the National Executive Committee, delegates from across the country, invited guests, our hardworking ladies and gentlemen from the media. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the leadership and membership of the PNC, I bring you warm and fraternal greetings on this momentous occasion of your annual Delegates Conference. We consider it a true honor to be part of today's gathering, a testament to our shared commitment to democratic growth, national development, and political tolerance. The New Patriotic Party has been a significant player in Ghana's democratic journey, and your continuous commitment to internal democracy, even amidst challenges, deserves commendation. Conferences such as this are not just an exercise in internal administration. They present the heartbeat of democratic consolidation in our dear country. The theme of unity, renewal, and progress that often accompanies such conferences is something we in the PNC deeply cherish and advocate for Ghana's needs for strong, stable, and hardworking political parties that can contribute meaningfully to national dialogue and development. And while we may belong to different political traditions, we are united by our collective desire to see Ghana succeed economically, socially, and politically. The People's National Convention is and will always be open to collaboration, mutual respect, and the spirit of democratic cooperation. As echoed by our leader, Bernard Ambataye Lamona, as an opposition political party, we are willing to collaborate if there is a clear demonstration of genuine commitment to working together with the NPP for us to better our nation. As you deliberate and take critical decisions that will shape the future of your party and potentially the governance of our nation, we urge you to do so with Ghana first in mind. Let today be a reminder that the democratic process is not merely about winning power, but also about building consensus, upholding integrity, and leaving a legacy for generations to come. Mr. Chairman, we also wish to express our concern about the recent violence associated with the Ablekumanot rerun of our elections. The recent rerun of the Ablekumanot elections and its associated violences exposes the weakness and shortfalls in our quest to make Ghana a country that prides itself as a beacon of democracy. Never should this act of violence resurface as we make progress in our democratic principles. We as a political party endorse the call for an investigation into all violence, including the 2019 Ayawaso West Wagon, the 2020 election violence that led to the death of innocent souls, that this violence must be investigated. Let us continue to hold the mantle of leading Africa as a giant in democracy. Mr. Chairman, we urge all stakeholders, including the government, security agencies, and political parties, to work together to ensure that our electoral processes are peaceful, transparent, and credible. We must learn from these incidents and take concrete steps to prevent future occurrences. Promoting a culture of tolerance, respect, and peaceful coexistence. Together, we can strengthen our democracy and maintain Ghana's reputation as a shining example of democratic governance in Africa. We wish you a very successful conference filled with insights, unity, and renewed strength for the journey ahead. Long live the new patriotic party. Long live democratic principles of Ghana. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, People National Convention. And now, a fraternal message from the National Democratic Congress, the NDC. The NDC delegation is led by the Director for Logistics and Protocol, Ludwig Hiadi, and he is joined by Victoria Neymar and Mr. Theophilus Tetechai. The National Democratic Congress.
Let me make the whistle.
Tukudu. And this year, a head job. And this year, a head job. And this year, Aban Papa.
We want to stand on the existing protocol, but start by saying we had a nice love letter from the General Secretary of the New Patriotic Party, inviting us as special guests at your conference today. But to our surprise, our brother Agiagba detained us in a small room and only invited us out to come and deliver a solidarity message and go back. We hope that it's not a beginning of a new direction. We are together in this fight to build a strong democracy for our country. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the national chairman of the New Patriotic Party, party leaders, party members, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I bring you greetings from His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the President of the Republic of Ghana and the nation builder, the national chairman of the NDC, General Asiedu Nketia, the General Secretary, Golden Fifi Kwete, and members of the National Democratic Congress. We want to take this opportunity to wish you well as you gather to reset your party in a manner as to play your role as a responsible opposition party. The country Ghana is going through a reset process. It is very important that we as political parties reset our ideas, policies, and programs. That is why we are happy that the biggest opposition party in our country is doing exactly that, to reset and play their role with constructive criticism to support the nation builder, John Mahama, to rebuild the Ghana we all want. Ghana cannot fail as a democratic state. We as the political class must leave a legacy for generations yet unborn. We can only do this when we continue to grow our democracy and create a country of opportunity for ourselves, our children, and generations yet unborn. Let us together as political parties and Ghanaians put our resources together in resetting our state institution and create a just country for us all. We hope after your deliberation at this conference, you will come out a stronger opposition party in your reconstruction effort. Unity is key. Ghana needs a stronger opposition party to enhance our democracy. We also hope that after this conference, your party will appreciate the importance of having two surviving former presidents among you and continuously, adequately consult them to help build your party strong. Don't alienate them outside the box. They need you. You need them to be able to bring a strong opposition party. We hope that after this conference, you live here united and not divided. God bless our homeland, Ghana. God bless the reset agenda of John Dramani Mahama. God bless our democracy, and God bless us all. ASU! ASU!
Azankwa. Azankwa. NDC. Azankwa. Basha Mushere Nyina. Azankwa. Galamse. Azankwa. Yaba eba tesi petrol so. Azankwa. Omobaye. Azankwa. Mokwa mun kanche President Mahama say. Obaye aza onkwa atro ene adada. Once again, let me acknowledge the presence of our young men, our TESCOM fraternity. I can see you. You are duly acknowledged. Chairman Ousu Seche and your people, Ahafo region, you are duly acknowledged. We also acknowledge our hard-working, mighty minority led by Osahini Alexander Afenyo Martin. Osahini Alexander Afenyo Martin. We acknowledge your presence. Our external branches. China is here. Canada is here. Denmark, you are here. Australia, duly acknowledged. Austria, Belgium, Cote d'Ivoire, Equatorial Guinea, Finland, you are here. France, Germany, Holland, Ireland, Italy, Japan, Nigeria, Norway, Middle East, Qatar, Senegal, South Africa, South Korea, Spain, Sweden, Togo, United Kingdom, USA, Czech Republic, Hong Kong, and Russia. Our 30 external branches, you are duly welcome to this conference. Kukudu! Kukudu! Again, to all our National Council members of elders, we acknowledge your presence. We thank you very much for this occasion. Again, let me acknowledge some important personalities. The MP for Bosomtwe, former Minister Education, he contributed to the success of this event. Honorable Yeo Adichum is here with us. We thank you. Again, MP for Abetifi, former Minister in charge of Agriculture, Honorable Brian Echampong, thank you very much for your support. Again, we also have our own engineer, former General Secretary, Mr. Kobna Ajay Ejapon, also here with us. Our respected elder, Mr. Boachi Ejakun, is also here with us. We again acknowledge and the efforts, the support, the contribution of the former MP for Ascent Central, Openia Waya MP da Ewa Ascent Central, and Bebre. Honorable Kennedy Akomprako Japan. Honorable, thank you very much for your support. Conference is grateful for your massive support. Thank you very much. Let's also acknowledge the efforts, the support, the phenomenal contribution of the former Vice President of the Republic, the former presidential candidate 2024, and his spouse, His Excellency Alhaj Dr. Muhammadu Bawumia. Thank you very much for your support.
Don't just stand there and watch.
Let me also acknowledge the presence and support of the former energy minister, the former running mate, Honorable Matthew Opoku Prempe. We thank you very much for your presence and support. We also acknowledge the support and contribution of the first ever female chief of staff, our own mom, Honorable Frema Akosia Frema Osei Opare. Mommy, thank you very much for your support. For MMDCs, you are duly acknowledged. Former MPs, you are welcome. Former parliamentary candidates, you are welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tescon! Hello, Tescon! We are here for you and we see you. Thank you very much for representing from all the over 200 institutions across the country. We continue with the fraternal messages from invited political parties. Let us welcome the Liberal Party of Ghana, LPG, Madam Sophia Apalu, Mr. Jerry Owusu, Mr. William Ano, Mr. Kwesi Ameyao, and Miss Emanuela Sessi. The delegation is led by Mr. Jerry Owusu, who is the General Secretary of the Liberal Party of Ghana. Let's give them a round of applause. LPG, you're welcome.
Good afternoon. When we say LPG, you respond Yankonkwa. And when you hear LPG for the second time, you respond Someha, not Someha, na Yankonkwa. LPG!
Yeah.
LPG! Mr. Chairman, the former president, J.A. Kufuor, the former president, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the former vice president, Dr. Alhaji Mahmudu Bawumia, and all protocols duly observed. We bring you greetings from the Liberal Party of Ghana. Mr. Percival Kofi Apalu would have loved to be here himself, but duty calls elsewhere. Our national chairperson also wishes everybody well. NPP, this is not the first time being in an opposition. We know you've been responsible opposition party, and we know you continue to be responsible. This day is a great day. We are wishing you well. We wish the conference ends smoothly so everybody goes home safely. There is something happening in the country, and as an opposition party, we are concerned, very worried, as we allowed a party denigrate a former government, said all manner of lies about the former government. Things are happening now. Things are really happening now. And I'm urging NPP as the major opposition party to stand up, because people lied against you and your appointees. I have not heard anything about what is really happening with Delight funding from the National Cathedral that the NDC intend calling it National whatever Cultural Center. A lot of eminent members, their images were tarnished. And we sit aloof and watch while Deloitte said they have not done anything wrong. They did not spend any Ghana's money. What are we doing as opposition parties? We need to rise. We need to put in effort. The people lie, and they are now putting Ghanaians in captivity. Asofo ayegu mwanima say, especially Asofo Victor Kusi, Papa fa NDC for one nature omo na omo nim dia omo ye. I know from today, MPP is going to stop Matthew Macau and all those stuff and start fighting for Ghana. We are all in politics fighting for our mother Ghana. So if we sit aloof and point fingers at ourselves, and watch NDC and the government put us into captivity, where are we going as a nation? I am urging everybody here. We have the voice. Let us not be afraid of what happened at Ablekuma. Not. Let's not be frightened. The voice of the people is the voice of the Lord. We will match them as opposition parties, and we will not be afraid. They might have whatever number, they might think of whatever they intend doing, but will not materialize. Let's not forget what they are doing with our Chief Justice. We need to be more vocal. 1 minute. God bless our homeland, Ghana, and make it a great nation and a strong one. Yadamwasi.
LPG, thank you so much for the message. And finally, we are the new patriotic party. We are a center-right ideological party. And we are supported here today by the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung and the Christian Democratic Union from Germany. We welcome on stage Anna Vasepov, the country representative of Konrad, and Dr. Joseph Damo, the program director, as they give us their well-wish message.
Your Excellencies, honored dignitaries, and party members from all over Ghana, it is with great pride that I stand here before you today to reaffirm the heartfelt cooperation between MPP and Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, or KAS in short, a German political foundation that is committed to the fostering of democratic and political exchange across countries, and that has been active in Ghana since 60 years. Our collaboration with MPP spans decades and is built on a common foundation: the belief in democratic participation for every citizen, the power of a market-orientated economy that allows prosperity for everybody, and the responsibility of the state for its people. We are honored to support the vision of MPP, a vision of a Ghana where opportunities, freedom, and dignity are not privileges, but the right of every citizen. All over the world, we are currently navigating challenging times where trust in institutions is increasingly under pressure. In both Ghana and Germany, we are called to find new ways to remain responsive to the everyday concerns of our citizens, be it jobs, education, security, or social cohesion. In an ever-changing world, ladies and gentlemen, there is no greater truth than this: challenges are best met together. The long-standing collaboration between MPP and KAS is a practical expression of solidarity between democratic forces across continents. As we look ahead, let us continue to stand together, KAS and NPP, in pursuit of a common goal: a democratic future marked by peace, by prosperity, and the well-being of all people. Thank you very much.
And with that, we come to the end of the messages from all our well-wishers. Thank you, Konrad Adenauer Stiftung and the Christian Democratic Union. Next, we have messages from internal personalities. I hand over now to my co-MC, the interesting, amazing Henry Nanabuachi.
Thank you very much. Kudu! Kudu! Thank you very much. Now we will receive a message from the young dynamic General Secretary of the New Patriotic Party, your General Secretary, my General Secretary, everybody's General Secretary, lawyer, Justice Frimpong Fodia is the General Secretary of the New Patriotic Party. Kudu! Kudu!
Chairman for conference, our revered acting vice chairman, Chairman Dankwa Smith Bute, Your Excellencies, the former President J. Kufuor, and former President Nana Dankwa Kufuor, Your Excellency, the former Vice President Dr. Alhaji Mohamed Baumia, and your spouse, Her Excellency Hajia Samira Baumia, members of steering committee, members of National Executive Committee, members of National Council, our dear delegates of the annual Delegates Conference, our revered minority leader, our members of Parliament, our revered National Council of Elders, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to present the state of our party to delegates. We went into our elections in 2024. Our hope, our prayer was for us to win the elections. But as the will of God is not the will of man, we couldn't win the elections. After our defeat, the party never sat down. The party, through National Council, the second highest decision-making body of the party, constituted a committee referred to as the Elections Review Committee, chaired by Professor Aaron Michael Pay, to go around the country to inquire from the rank and file of our party and to ascertain the reasons why we couldn't win the elections in 2024. The committee completed their work and reported to the National Council somewhere in April. The committee made several recommendations, some involving amendment to our constitution. And based on that, the National Council, which is the second highest decision-making body of our party, constituted the amendment committee chaired by lawyer Frank Davis to look at proposals from Professor Aaron Michael Pay's committee, to look for proposals in 2021 when we met in Kumasi, to also receive proposals from our external branches, our TESCOM, our youth wing, and from the rank and file of the party. The committee completed their work, and in line with Article 19 of our Constitution, we are here today to look at the proposals that were submitted
to the amendment committee, which has been grouped into motions, which is made up of 56 motions for National Delegates Conference to take the decisions on the motion. Today, we are gathered here as National Delegates Conference. But it's important that we also, just as the National Treasurer said, just as the National Organizer also said, to show our esteemed appreciation to some personalities who made it possible for us to meet today as conference. Indeed, the party is extremely grateful to our former Vice President, His Excellency Alhaji Dr. Muhammadu Bamia, for the massive support he gave to us to be able to organize this conference. With a round of applause, let's show appreciation to the former Vice President, His Excellency Alhaji Dr. Muhammadu Bamia. Again, we also want to show our deepest appreciation to our former Member of Parliament, Asen Central, Honorable Kennedy Akomprakon Entapon, for the massive contribution he also made it possible for our conference to come on. We are also grateful to our MP for Abetifi, Honorable Brian Echampon, for also making significant contribution for us to be able to hold this conference, and also MP for Bosonche constituency, Honorable Aduchum. We are also very grateful. The Finance Committee, we are grateful for the support, the work that you did. Madam former Chief of Staff, we are also very grateful for the work that you did for us. Ladies and gentlemen of Congress, today marks the beginning of our quest, of our journey of recapturing power in 2028. And today is a very important day for us, a very important exercise that we are going to undertake today. And I plead with conference that whatever decision that we are supposed to take today, do not look at individuals, do not look at personalities, but look at the interests of the New Patriotic Party. As National Council took several decisions, I report to conference that the National Council, after several deliberations, several engagements, several consultations, have come and given that directive that on January 31st, 2026, the party shall hold its presidential primaries. And we know it is something that is fully supported by conference. It is for good reasons that as a party, as we prepare for the 2028 elections, we need to quickly do away with all our internal elections so that we will have enough time to unite as a party and prosecute the agenda of winning the elections in 2028. Ladies and gentlemen of the conference, the party not long ago also established what we refer to as the Patriotic Institute. And the Patriotic Institute is a game changer for our party. An institute that is going to train, give orientation to all the rank and file of our party, for us to appreciate and understand the history of our party, our ideology, and also to equip our communicators on how to communicate effectively and disseminate our information to the whole country. Not long ago, the National Executive Committee of the party, they satisfied with the decision by the Electoral Commission to do a rerun in some 19 polling stations in Ablekuma North, decided to boycott the whole election process. And as the party took their decision, it was done for good reasons. Because National Executive Committee, upon all the information, the evidence that was adduced at NEC, came to the firm conclusion that indeed the NPP had won the elections at Ablekuma North. We had all our scam copies of our pin sheets in the 281 polling stations, which gave us a clear winning of 414 votes. And therefore, we were surprised that the Electoral Commission decided to call for a rerun. On principle, we felt that it was a wrong decision and it's a bad precedent being set by the Electoral Commission. And this is very dangerous for our future politics and future elections. Ladies and gentlemen of Congress, one area that the party is very, very, very serious about is discipline in our party. Let us all understand that today we are national officers of the party, we are members of parliament, we are members of council of elders, but people have occupied these positions before. And therefore, those who have intentions of aspiring to lead the party, be it as flag bearer, be it as national officers, we must understand that our individual interests cannot override the supreme interest of the New Patriotic Party. And therefore, any person who has any intention to lead our party must respect the structure of our party and must respect authority of the New Patriotic Party. I call on you, conference, that the party has clearly given directives. And until we officially open nominations for aspirants or aspiring aspirants to go around the country to convince and talk to the rank and file of our party, let us continue to deny people from coming to our regions and our constituencies. Because we must be a disciplined party, and anyone who wants to lead the party must also exhibit discipline. Today, as I indicated, is going to pave the way for us to have victory in 2028. And as a party, we must look each other in the eye and remember who we are. We are not broken. We are not defeated. Neither have we lost. We are builders. We are dreamers. We are fighters. We are servants of the Ghanaian people. So I ask you today, what is our purpose? Why do we gather here? Why do we wear the blue, red, and white colors of this party with pride? It is because we believe. We believe in development, in freedom. We believe in responsibilities. We believe in enterprise. We believe in the future of Ghana. Ghana needs us. The youth are watching us. The farmers are watching us. The traders are watching us. Let us fight as one body with one identified vision and ambition to make sure that this abysmal performance from the NDC government, Ghanaians are looking for alternatives. And Ghanaians want to come back to MPP. Ghanaians know that our government offers the better solutions to their problems. But at the end of the day, they want to vote for an opposition party that is ready for power. And therefore, inactions that cease to divide us, that bring acrimony, that bring tension to us, needs to be relegated so that Ghanaians will see us as a proper, responsible, and viable opposition party that will wrestle them from the misery that they are going under the watch of His Excellency John Mahama and the NDC government. Ghanaians are asking the NDC questions. Ghanaians are asking President John Mahama, you promised us that you are going to reset the country for the better. You made noise about Galamsey in Ghana. You got certain civil society groups to come after our administration under His Excellency Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Today, what is the state of Galamsey in Ghana? To the extent that in his own backyard, in his own constituency, Galamsey is everywhere. Galamsey there, Galamsey where, Galamsey everywhere in Valley Bamboy constituency. President Mahama, Ghanaians are also asking you, what is the position of the NDC on the LGBTQ bill? You have gone silent on it, and Ghanaians are asking questions. Religious bodies are asking questions. That the promise that you made, that when you come into government, you will pass the bill. We are waiting for you. And again, Ghanaians are asking you that we are suffering with your D levy. The hardship on us is something which is very unbearable. And Ghanaians are asking questions on your government. Ghanaians never knew that your research meant mass terminations of appointments. People who have worked in government institutions without necessarily having any political affiliations have been told to go home under your government. Is it the 24-hour economy you promised us, which meant mass dismissal and termination of appointment? Fellow Kukudais, ladies and gentlemen, let our answer be loud. Let it be clear. Let it be bold. Yes, yes, the new Patriotic Party is ready. The new Patriotic Party will use this conference as a tool in our attempt to recapture power in 2028. And with a united front, devoid of individualism, I can assure you, I can tell you that in 2028, victory is coming. In 2028, the new Patriotic Party will win the elections. In 2028, Ghana will see the new Patriotic Party in the helm of affairs. Thank you very much, and God bless us all.
Be on your feet. Let's do it together. Very energetic message from the General Secretary. Quick introductions. We also want to acknowledge our father, our uncle. He is a founding member of the New Patriotic Party, former treasurer, and he is the chairman for the National Council of Elders. Our own father, Honorable Hakman Owusu-Agyemang, thank you very much. We thank you very much for coming. Former chairman, former campaign manager, Chairman McMahon, thank you. Former national youth organizer, former national organizer, former general secretary, John Buedu, thank you very much. Former national chairman, Honorable Freddie Wasmer-Wuble, and the longest serving leader in parliament. He was a minority leader, he became a majority leader. Honorable Osei Che Mensah Bonsu. Honorable Osei Che Mensah Bonsu, thank you very much for gracing this occasion. National Second Vice Chairperson, Madam Rita Talata Sobaya is here. National Third Vice Chairperson, Alhaj Masawudu. Chairman Buga Buga. Chairman, thank you very much for coming. National Nasara Coordinator is here, Alhaj Aziz Futa. And again, the National Youth Organizer, Salam Mustafa, is also here. Kate Jamfua is the National Women's Organizer. National Treasurer just delivered his report. Again, before I call on the next speaker, let me acknowledge the leadership in Parliament. They are doing an excellent work in Parliament. Led by the Osahene Alexander Afenyo-Markin, we have the Deputy Minority Leader as our own mother, Honorable Patricia Apeje, MP Asokwa. Chief Whip, MP in Sanwom, is also Honorable Frank Ano Dompre. Deputy Chief Whips, Honorable Habib Idrisu Kolon and Jerry Ahmed Shaibu Weja. On that note, let me welcome our leader in Parliament, the leader of the mighty minority, the man who is doing so well, the young man making waves, Honorable Alexander Afenyo-Markin, to give us a message from our Parliament. Honorable Kwamina Afenyo-Markin, you are welcome to deliver a statement from our Parliament. Anyongle male jata, jata ela ofiade, ela o si de, o ma lo, o ma lo, o ma lo, o ma lo, o ma lo. Anyongle male jata, jata ela ofiade. La o si de o ma lo. Acting National Chairman of our great party, Your Excellency President John Ajekum Kufuor, Your Excellency former President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, Your Excellency former Vice President and former flag bearer of our party, Dr. Alhaji Muhammadu Bawumia, and your dear spouse, our respected former colleague, Dr. Matthew Poku Prempe, and former running mate of our dear party, members of the diplomatic corps, national executives of our great party, distinguished members of the Council of Elders, second Deputy Speaker of Parliament, colleagues in leadership, honorable mighty minority members of Parliament, regional executives, constituency executives, distinguished delegates, representatives from our external branches, fellow patriots, members of TESCON, friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen. Let us recall the piercing wisdom of our revered former President, John Ajekum Kufuor. It is better to be a cleaner in a party in power than the general secretary of a party in opposition. These words echo with urgency today as we gather in the shadow of our 2024 defeat. A loss that stings, not because we failed, but because Ghana is now paying the price for trusting the NDC's hollow promises. Barely months into their tenure, the NDC's betrayal is glaring. New levies on fuel have spiked pump prices, crushing ordinary Ghanaians. Their pledge to end Galamsey has collapsed into chaos. The president calls it a national emergency, yet refuses to declare a state of emergency. Their vow to reset our nation has become a brazen assault on our judiciary, starting with the shameful vilification of our Chief Justice. Their promise of change, a sham, with schemes afoot to funnel our mineral wealth to their cronies. Worst of all, the questionable Ablekumanot rerun, where NDC-affiliated attacks attacked our candidates, Nana Ekria-Friye, former MP Hawa Kumsin, and journalists exposed their willingness to trample democracy with violence. The message is clear. NDC is a failure. Ghana deserves better. Our 2024 loss exposed our cracks, internal rifts, faltering resolve, and a message that didn't connect. Yet this defeat is not our end. It is our crucible, fortifying us for the battles ahead. You must channel this moment of disillusionment into a movement of renewal, turning pain into purpose. Let me share a story that should humble all of us. In 2005, a democratically elected leader stood at the gate of American embassy in New Delhi, holding a valid passport, but facing an insurmountable barrier. The United States had denied Narendra Modi a visa, not for any criminal conviction, but because the world had judged him guilty. Imagine that moment of profound isolation. Here was a man who had won the trust of millions, yet reduced to persona non grata on the global stage. The humiliation was complete. The path forward seemed impossible. But Modi made a choice that day that would define not his future, but the destiny of his party and some 1.5 billion people. Today, that same man commands audience at the G20, addresses joint sessions of the United States Congress, and leads one of the world's most growing economies. Recently, he visited our republic and addressed our parliament, stating, "True democracy promotes discussions and debates. It unites people. It supports dignity and promotes human rights." I couldn't agree more. Modi's journey from global pariah to world statesman offers us, the MPP, a roadmap from our current wilderness to future victory. Modi's resurrection began with a revolutionary principle. In a nation fractured by castes, religious, ethnic, and linguistic differences, he declared, "All the citizens, all the voters are my countrymen." Fellow patriots, look around us this very afternoon. Look at the divisions that have sprouted like weeds since our defeat. We cannot, we must not allow 2024 to become the year that destroyed the MPP. From this moment, we speak with one voice. We move with one resolve. We are not Achim, Ashanti, Fanti, Mamprushi, Gonja, Ga, or Ewe. We are MPP. We are not North or South. We are Ghana first. Modi's transformation was both principles, never wavered. Service before self, performance over promises, dignity through opportunity. These values are not foreign to us. They are our foundation. Pusia believed in service before self. Dankwa championed dignity through opportunity. Dombo sacrificed his leadership rights and fought for performance over promises. We have not lost our way because we forgot our policies. We have lost our way because we abandoned our principles. Modi's political resurrection was built on methodical grassroots mobilization. From the mid-1980s onwards, he trekked to villages others ignored, sat with farmers others dismissed, and listened to the dreams others regarded as impossible. Perhaps we became a party talking to itself in Accra. We must become a party of Ghana talking to Ghana. Our constituency executives must master every polling station. Our polling station chairpersons must know every voter. Our electoral area coordinators must understand every community's dreams. Modi's greatest achievement was rebranding not just himself, but India's entire narrative. The country known for poverty became known for possibilities. But this rebranding wasn't cosmetic, substantive. We cannot rebrand ourselves through better slogans. We must rebrand ourselves through better results and strong character. This conference marks a pivotal moment in our party journey. As we gather under the theme, rebuilding together with our values, we are called only to we are in a season that demands sober reflection, radical unity, and a return to first principles. This is a time of transition, a time when we are repositioning as a party in opposition, It is a time to rebuild, a time to reconnect with our grassroots, to re-express our ideals with clarity and reconnect to the Ghanaian people. Bold new vision for the future. We are at a critical juncture as a party, not because our tradition is broken, but because it is being tested by an electoral defeat, internal tensions, unmet expectations, and the competing ambition of people who want to serve. But let us remind ourselves, ambition must never override party loyalty. Competition must never erode patriotism, and political differences must never poison the well of unity. Dear patriots, every political tradition, every movement that has endured storms and achieved victories has been built on one unshakable foundation: unity. Without unity, we are just individuals with ambition. But with unity, we become a force, a party with direction, discipline, and destiny. Unity does not mean uniformity. It doesn't mean we all agree on everything. It means loyalty to a shared purpose. It means commitment to the flag, the same values, and the same future. The MPP has never been merely a political organization. We are a tradition built on the sweat, sacrifice, and convictions of patriots who came before us. Patriots who believed in liberty, human dignity, the rule of law, and the boundless potential of the Ghanaian people, realized through the active participation of the private sector. These values must be our compass, especially now. For us as a party, the Modi story is instructive. The lesson for us is simple. It is possible to rebuild, and leadership is empty without a united party. Like the BJP, we have known both power and opposition. We have faced criticism and internal differences. But unity is the absence of it's not the absence of disagreement. It is a decision to prioritize collective strength over individual ambition. If we are to reclaim our position of leadership and trust, we must first reclaim the spirit of unity, discipline, and shared purpose that build this party. We must reconnect with the base, re-engage the grassroots, and rise together, not as isolated contenders, but as unified movement driven by conviction and clarity. Like the BJP, our party too must rediscover the principle and the ethos that define our founding fathers. We must rebuild, yes, but not as a scattered stones. We must rebuild together, brick by brick, anchored in our values and in the unshakable belief that no individual is bigger than the MPP. That belief must reflect our tone, our language, our strategy, and most importantly, in our posture towards one another. Internal discord, suspicions, and disunity have cost us. We must learn from our losses, and we must do so quickly. And I ask again, what are our values? Our party, guided by the enduring motto, development in freedom, stands for democratic accountability, rule of law, free enterprise, and national self-confidence. Why? By a deep sense of perseverance, resilience, and an unyielding faith in Ghana's manifest destiny as a free, just, and prosperous society of opportunities. We believe in building a nation where every Ghanaian, regardless of the circumstance of birth, gender, ethnicity, or religion, must be offered the chance to rise through merit, effort, and enterprise. Our vision of a property-owning democracy has evolved beyond land or housing to mean giving every citizen a stake in national progress. through education, healthcare, financial inclusion, and decent jobs. Every child and youth must be equipped with the skills, values, confidence, and opportunity to be entrepreneurial or to climb the professional career ladder. From rural development and bold social interventions to industrialization, the MPP remains committed to inclusive growth, law and order, and empowering all Ghanaians to shape their own destinies in a free society. We believe in inclusive growth that lifts farmers, teachers, traders, and students together. We stand for law and order, the bedrock of peace and progress. We uphold democratic accountability where leaders serve, not rule. Because in this party, we believe Ghana's greatness lies in the hands of her people. Your sweat, your courage, and your dreams. In freedom, you, the Ghanaian, are the author of your destiny. This is our covenant. They are the binding principles of the NPP. The NPP has never been a party of despair. We are a party of destiny. But that destiny will slip from our hands if we allow disunity, bitterness, anger, and self-interest to consume us. Let us end the hate campaigns and the subtle sabotage. It is time to choose unity over ego and party over self. If we fight one another, we will end up falling together. But if we fight for one another, we shall rise together. We have known victory and defeat. We've made mistakes, but we are not a broken party. We are only a battle-tested party. We must not allow current challenges to blur our vision or break our ranks. Yes, we have differences. Yes, we've made mistakes, but we must never forget we are what we stand for and where we are going. Let this be a reminder. No matter how talented a leader is, they are nothing without a united, disciplined, and visionary party behind them. That symbiosis, leader and party rising together, it's what we must seek to achieve. No individual can make it alone. Everyone needs the party. Since the NDC government assumed office in January, we've witnessed a very disturbing development. Intimidation of our party members and a dangerous trend of persecution of our leaders and supporters. These attacks are not random. They are strategic attempts to weaken us, but they will fail. They will fail because our response will be unity. Our motto moving forward from today should be touch one, touch all. When one of us is touched, all of us must rise. We are one family, and the strength of our family is its loyalty in crisis. If we choose unity over ego, purpose over personal ambition, no force can ever stop us in 2028. When we are united, no external force can divide us. But when we are divided, even our strength can be used against us. Rebuilding does not mean avoiding or overlooking our differences. It means confronting them with maturity. It means refusing to let factions become permanent fractures. It means calling each other back to the center, the core which brought us this far. Your servant in Parliament hereby assure you through me that the MPP caucus remains resolute. We are not retreating. We are strong, united, and committed to the values and ideologies of our party. We shall continue to defend the legacy of our party in Parliament, hold governments accountable, and show the Ghanaian people that we remain the better alternative. To our aspiring candidates, let this be a season of sober reflection. There is room for all of us at the table, but there's no room for selfish ambition. Let us rise above the temptation to win at all costs and choose instead to serve at all costs. Delegates, the future of our party rests in the choices we make today. Let us choose unity over division. Let us all rally around our elected leaders and reignite hope among our base. To our grassroots, you are the lifeblood of this great tradition. Your sacrifices, your patience, and unwavering loyalty have kept us afloat in seasons of triumph and in valleys of loss. And so to you, I say, hold on, do not lose hope. We shall rise again. The elephant has only stumbled. It has not been defeated. You have never given up on us, and we, your servants in parliament, will never give up on you either. And to our youth, you form the majority, and your energy, your voice, and your ideas are not just welcome, they are essential. TESCOM, this is your moment. Stay grounded to our values. Stay focused on the bigger picture. Know that the future of this party belongs to you, the TESCOM youth, and our youth scattered all over the country. Learn from the elders in parliament. Don't insult them. Engage them. Absorb their wisdom and grow with a strong conviction of our party and what it stands for. That way, you can also lead with clarity, build with purpose, and sustain the MPP legacy that has been entrusted to you. It is time to stop feeling sorry for ourselves. Yes, we lost 2024 elections in a big way, but let us be clear. This was not a defeat born out of failure. It was a perfect storm of adversity no government in the Fourth Republic has ever had. From the banking crisis that threatened to collapse our financial system, which we spent billions fixing, restoring confidence and stability, to the global COVID-19 pandemic that brought the world to its knees. Then came the Russia-Ukraine war, unleashing the harshest cost of living crisis in generation. And through it all, we governed with a hung parliament and an opposition speaker. No government in our democratic history faced this scale of compounded crisis. Yet, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo in the driving seat, we held the line. We do not downplay the struggle the Ghanaian people had to endure, but we should commend them because it was the sacrifices they, including the bondholders, made, which led to the big economic recovery we started witnessing from early 2024. We endured, the people endured, and still we delivered. That was leadership, tested best in major crisis. We should not be shy of the mighty gains we made under very difficult circumstances under Nana Akufo-Addo. We fixed the crisis and handed over an economy with stronger GDP growth than what we inherited in 2017. We built historic levels of gold and foreign exchange reserves the current administration is now relying on to prop up the city and support the economy. We created jobs. We built more roads than any government in 8 years span and implemented free SHS, a globally unprecedented feat in a country where most students are boarders. We industrialized like never before, from 1D, 1F, and industrial parks to an emerging automotive sector that positions Ghana as a manufacturing hub of Africa's single market. We expanded health infrastructure, revitalized agriculture, and rolled out STEM so boldly. The STEM education agenda, we successfully rolled it out to equip our youth with skills for the jobs of tomorrow. Thanks to Matthew Opoku Prempeh and Dr. Educhu. We set Ghana on irreversible digitalization path, placing our nation at the forefront of promising digital economy and after. Fellow patriots, rather than feeling sorry for ourselves, let us face the truth. We took the hard, necessary decisions to save this economy. And now, Mohammed's government is taking propaganda credit, reaping where it has not sown. when they talk about resetting, where it is the so-called 24-hour economy, the gold board or anything else. They are simply rebranding our achievements and marketing them as their own. Let no one be deceived. The foundation they are standing on was laid by this party, by our sacrifices, by our poor leadership in the face of crisis. So no, this party has no reason to hang its head at all. In closing, I want to reiterate our theme, rebuilding together with our values. It is a charge. It is a call to realign, to renew, and to rise together. And we rise again in unity and in the enduring spirit of our party, our great NPP. And I say to all of you, though we walk through the valley of the shadow of death, we fear no evil. Let us go back to our roots. Let us rebuild with courage. Let us reimagine our future. And let us reclaim the spirit that built this party, a spirit of sacrifice, of loyalty, of conviction. We've done it before. We can do it again. And let it be that by the grace of God, we will. God bless us all. God bless the MPP. And God bless our beloved nation, Ghana. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, the minority leader, the strong and dynamic Honorable Afenyo Markin. We now listen to a message from our immediate past president, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. The message is going to be read by a very dynamic lady. She's a two-term MP for Ayawaso West Wugon, the very constituency where this stadium, this beautiful edifice is built. She's been a deputy minister before. She has actually received an honorary doctorate, both in the international and national circles. She has received many awards. She has served the MPP with commitment and dedication. And she's the first female chief of staff in Ghana. Let us welcome with a round of applause our own very honorable Akosia Frema Osei Opari as she reads a speech on behalf of the past president.
The acting national chairman of the New Patriotic Party and the national executives, the former president, His Excellency John Ajekum Kufuor, the former vice president, Dr. Alhaji Mahamadou Bawumia, and spouse, Hajia Samira Bawumia, the minority leader and members of parliament, members of the National Council and members of the Council of Elders, representatives of political parties present, the diplomatic corps, former ministers of state and other government appointees, regional executives, constituency executives, members of TESCON, members of conference, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I read you the message from His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. I feel a profound sense of gratitude for the trust and cooperation conference has shown me from the days of old, and most particularly during my tenure as President of the Republic for 2 consecutive terms. It was a great privilege to serve in that capacity on the ticket of our ever capable new patriotic party. I say ever capable because of that our non-consecutive periods in government since the 1992 dispensation began. Firstly, under President John Ajekun Kufuor from the 2001 to 2009. And secondly, myself, that is Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, from 2017 to 2025. We have, through it all, demonstrated the resilience of our rank and file against challenges and shown without doubt, as our records have proven, that it is always only under the new patriotic government that Ghana thrives. Today, we gather here at conference as representatives of the teeming mass of party faithfuls across the country to undertake a very important constitutional endeavor. As delegates, it is important to remind ourselves that this crucial representative function for and on behalf of our people transcends being physically present here. Wherever we are from, though we convey here at the University of Ghana, this esteemed institution of learning and history, we acquire sentiments of despair and doubt of the people we are representing today. We most importantly carry their sentiments and expectation and hope. Hope that the key steps we will undertake here will in whole or in part be a formidable effort towards restructuring, rebuilding, and reclaiming the reins of governance of our dear country. And that whilst the path will not always be easy, we will remain deeply proud of the progress made at every step, the lives we touched, and the hope we inspired. Whilst our present situation has been necessitated by circumstances we cannot ignore, I am optimistic through dialogue, mutual understanding, strong commitment to our principles and values, we can rebuild the bridges and restore the unity that has always been our strength. Fellow delegates, conference must reflect what we want all to know, that ours is not just a political party, it is a family. And as is typical of every family, we must find ways to reconcile differences and ensure that every member has a place at the table and is up and ready to be counted. We must unleash inherent energy amongst our youth with enough focus on adequate use of our structures, like the recently inaugurated Patriotic Institute, to empower them and offer them the opportunities to grow. They are no more the future, they are the present. Their energy, innovation, and resilience must be the driving forces behind our progress on this rebuilding journey. Our efforts must be all-inclusive. That is why structures or laws crafted in a bygone era, which notably do not reflect the realities and aspirations of our contemporary existence, must be opened up and critically examined to follow for proper reforms. Severally, I have stated and today will be no exception, that we must continue to stand firm and united behind the eternally forthright ideals and principles of the Dankwa Dombo Guzia political tradition, which has proven the most suited political tradition on our Ghanaian market. We must make room for belief to replace doubt, for it was out of nothing that our illustrious forebears found purpose in a melting pot of scenic salt corn to bear what has over the years transformed into the formidable political ticket we have in the NPP. Our conduct, therefore, throughout this period will either reinforce the confidence of the Ghanaian people in the NPP or draw them away from us. Accordingly, I wish us all at the National Annual Delegates Conference, I wish you well and hope that the deliberations will be fruitful. May God bless the new patriotic party and us all, and may God bless our homeland Ghana and make her great and strong. I thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our mother, who has made history, the first ever female chief of staff. Thank you very much. Ma Nyame nhyira wo. Thank you. Ma Nyame nhyira wo. Okay.
And everyone is restoring nature in the next chapter of his story. Who can lead us to take the next bold step toward the prosperity and general well-being of every citizen of Ghana? The third program for the rest of us in the APP is 22nd December 2007. On the first 2008 presidential candidate will be selected by the National Congress. Last week, I completed my nationwide consultation with the rank and file of the party. The renowned water testing nexus, soon described by our national chairman. The character has chaired of over 230 constituents. During the upper this week of Sunday, Sunday,
people of Ghana, not taking them for granted, because the electoral interest to show. An election that can change this vote within 4 years, like we experienced from 2016 to 2020, and then from 2020 to 2020, knows what is about. Most of the electorate now, they are on campuses, university campuses. Places that used to be our readouts, our citadels, Legon, and how did we fare in Legon last election? Even with our own children there. Please, so we are serious somewhere. The ancient white people, they said, make haste slowly. Make haste slowly. Don't rush, don't stampede, thinking that is the way to find solution. No, we are dealing with all due respect. Very wise electrics. And then
Thank you very much. Very, very insightful, inspirational messages from our former presidents, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and His Excellency John Agyekum Kufuor. Yada Omoase. Kudu Conference. Very soon we are going to the second half. But before we do so, let me take this opportunity to also acknowledge the presence of our former ministers. A lot of them are here. We thank you very much. Our former appointees, MMDCs, CEOs, board chairpersons. Thank you very much. Let me also say that we are live on several television networks. Now, it is time to take a message from the former vice president. It is time to take a message from the former presidential candidate of the New Patriotic Party. Now let's welcome His Excellency, the former Vice President, Dr. Alhaj Muhammadu Bawumia, to give us his message.
Sweating me, all the Satan's power, cause I ain't good enough. I'm an overcomer. It's sweating me,
Yes, I didn't go name
all the Satan's power.
over Satan
I
power.
ain't good enough.
MVP, you better go name
See, I'm an overcomer. I say it's
MVP.
it's your
Your tibia, you better your woman.
power.
Your tibia, you better your woman.
I ain't overcomer. I say it's ready to it's no
Yes, I didn't go name
over Satan's power.
over Satan power.
I ain't good enough.
Zion, I didn't go name. We are overcomers. And we are Hosanna. It's in the law. Yahuwah name.
I'm not too Hosanna.
You are to Hosanna.
Jesus,
And then you mean I die no more. And you mean you are walking.
gonna sit.
You mean you are team. MPP. I want to be a young man. And the Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's welcome His Excellency the Vice President, the former Vice President, 2024 presidential candidate.
Become a fool, Jesus. Put na me Jimmy home ina. Aba weni mo. Na me nim sewe kasa. Me hangina. Me na dwingina. Ebe yeti. It's a Mr. Radicasa. Mama Kuma. Emo.
Kukurudu. 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 National Chairman, acting the General Secretary, our former President J. Kufuor, former President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, who I'm sure are watching us, the former Chief of Staff, the former Second Lady, my beautiful Samira, members of Parliament, former ministers and former members of Parliament, former MMDCs, our national executives, external members of external branches, regional executives, constituency executives, electoral area coordinators, polling station executives, and representatives of other political parties, fellow Kukrudites. Kukrudu. It is with mixed feelings that I welcome you all to this National Delegates Conference. It is a joy to see the representation of our party from across the country converge once again for conference. I, however, would have wished that we would have been doing so under different circumstances. Yet, still, I am filled with hope that as we reflect and reorganize, we will soon be given the opportunity once again by our countrymen and women to serve and assist in rebuilding and transforming our nation. Tukudites, the task ahead of us is one that we have to conduct with diligence and measure. In times like this, we should be focused on strengthening our bonds of unity and reinvesting in the ties that bind us. Our foundation and our strength has always been in building a united party. We have been the party that has over the years built the broadest coalition of citizens, not just to win, but to govern. We have been the party that has over the years offered hope to the largest diversity of our peoples.
under our tent, it has not mattered where you come from, whether you are Sefi, Santi, Ewe, Ashanti, Gadangme, Frobo, Dagomba, Wala, Bagati, Konkomba, Frafra, or Mamprusi. It has not mattered what religion you practice, whether you are a Christian, a Muslim, or a traditional African religious practitioner. It has not mattered whether you are rich or poor, or whether you are formally educated or not. This is why the root of our party resulted from an amalgamation of parties from different parts of Ghana and different interest groups. Let us remind ourselves that the parties that merged to form the United Party included the National Liberation Movement, dominant in Ashanti, the Northern People's Party, representing the Northern Territories, Muslim Association Party, the Anlo Youth Organization based in the Volta region. Ga Shefimokwe represented the Ga interests in Greater Accra region. The Togoland Congress focused on British Togoland interests. The Federation Youth Organization. It is clear, therefore, that the bonds of unity in diversity has been our lifeblood and our foundation. Now more than ever, we must refresh them and desist from any language, character, or actions that divide us. With unity and consistency, we can regain the trust of Ghanaians. If we are fractured and at each other's throats, none of us can cross over and lead us to fulfill this party's purpose. Let me say that tribalism and religious bigotry, from whichever quarters it emanates, pose an existential threat and should have no place in the new patriotic party. We must also be consistent in pursuance of our effort to address not just the challenges within, but more importantly, the challenges that bedevil our motherland. In governance, there are ups and downs. Through the President J. Kufuor and President Nana Akufo-Addo periods, we succeeded at many things with monumental and transformational achievements. Their achievements, these two great presidents, their achievements will stand the test of time. We have also learned useful lessons in how to improve some things in the future. We must remain resolute and consistent in doing the right things again and in applying the lessons the next time. We must ensure that Ghanaians genuinely see the lessons we have learned and are willing to apply the next time round. We shouldn't be shy about them. It is then that our fellow countrymen and women will give us another opportunity to serve. Ladies and gentlemen, an army that wants to win a battle must exercise discipline within its ranks. Too often, when we are yet to choose leaders, indiscipline, unacceptable language, and unpardonable behavior become the order of the day. In the end, when internal competitions are over, the attacks we would have launched on ourselves become fodder and ammunition which our opponents
use to attack us. We experienced it in the 2024 campaign, and we should not let it happen again a second time. This is why I call on all recruitites to stop internal attacks now. Let's stop the internal attacks now. Let us rather focus on the attempt by the NDC to undermine our democracy and rule of law in trying to remove the Chief Justice. Let us focus on their clear intention to go after the Electoral Commissioner subsequently. Let us focus on the violence and thuggery their hoodlums carried out in the recent Ablekuma election in full view of the police and cameras. I again call on His Excellency the President to bring the perpetrators to book and to remind them that the elephant never forgets. No matter how long it takes, we will prosecute the perpetrators when we assume office in 2029, inshallah. To the leadership of the party, I ask that you be firm and crack the whip so that discipline is maintained within our ranks. It is with discipline, humility, lessons learned, and the pursuit of a common good for Ghana that we can become the refreshed party we desire. Finally, in all our decisions today and in all our actions towards the reform process, let us be guided by the rule of what is in the best interest of Ghana. At dawn on December 8th, 2024, as I prepared my remarks to concede the election of 2024, my singular focus was on what's in the best interest of Ghana. I am fortified in my heart that as politicians, we should always be guided by what's in the best interest of Ghana at all times. What represents the best example to Ghana's children? What is in Ghana's best interest will always be in the best interest of the MPP. We cannot ever go wrong with that. Let us showcase it more and more as we reflect and rebuild. I have no doubt that notwithstanding the challenges ahead, of which there will be many, if we are united and disciplined and work hard, we will win the 2028 presidential and parliamentary elections by the grace of God. It is still possible. I wish us all a successful annual delegates conference. God bless you. God bless the MPP and God bless our homeland, Ghana. Salamu alaikum.
Forever. Upstanding and little applause. The applause level and hope money on display. So, we today messages from our party, from the LPG, have you seen messages from the university, messages from the PS, and the well-wished message from Scotland and another sector and the Christian Democratic. Let's continue to applaud the message that Steve.
Yeah.
That
It's off for the money about common why.
Scott today have
So, if you to the coalition, if you to the coalition, you to the coalition. What else? For the Opiantone coalition. Bientone coalition. Opiantone coalition. Yeah. Mabo ne pe bia bo abonfia. Hopo pro mo ye na bo hunsia. Oya wo tamfo ja no ma ni wia. Yam bo abo abusi na bo mpe. Sa wo pa mo na ni. Ananya me ni awakano ebebe. Suave pogina. Thank you. So my body don't lose that. Can walk with my boy. I represent me. Hallelujah. 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 You see, no. Oh, yeah. Say that to see, no. Oh, yeah.
say of Harry. Thank you very much, His Excellency, the former President of Ghana, President John Ejeku Kufuor. Thank you, the speakers of today. Thank you for the messages that you've given to us. Thank you, all regional teams. Thank you to our national executives who have been so actively involved and have helped make this event a success. Thank you, organizing team. Thank you, all of you who have contributed in various ways. Excellent. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, for the deliberate and for the confidence with which you have. Thank you to all the various, all the well wishes. Thank you for all the fraternal wishes. Thank you. Thank you to all our 120 constituents across the country who are so well represented here today. Thank you for trusting from all corners of the country. That is why you delegate conference is a sacrament all of you folks. Without you, there would be no conference. Thank you to our wonderful members of parliament. Thank you to our thank you for your speech. Thank you once again. Thank you to our national states and power. Because I for the contribution that it has been. And I say yes with me. Thank you to all our states and power. I'm too hot time. Can't forget. It's a slurp Jesus, you're gonna you know what a step. Jesus, you're gonna strong and mighty. It's written, you know, the I'm an overcomer. Listen, no weapon fashioned against me shall prosper. For the greater one lives in me, yes, it does. Yes, it's written, you know.
See, I'm an overcomer. I say yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'll say.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Conference, we have gotten to a very critical and very important portion or a part of our program. Under the party's constitution, Article 19 is clear that any amendment whatsoever, whatever nature, whatever type, the kind of amendment can only be effected by this body duly constituted and duly open. On this note, the General Secretary, in accordance with the provision of the party's constitution, invited proposals for amendment of the party's constitution. After the proposals, again, according to the constitution, the General Secretary circulated the proposals to the regional party and the constituency party. The amendment committee, made up of Frank Davis, the chairman, Idi Muhyiddin, the secretary, Honorable Patricia Apiejei, member, Honorable Kojo Opong Kruma, member, Honorable Ebenezer Gilbert Nina Nate, also a member, Dr. Antoinette Tibudaku, a member, Honorable Dinah Asunabadapa, a member, Dr. Ekuya Amwako, and our very own Makafui Wanya, Volta Regional Chairman, also a member. Council put in place this committee to receive all of these proposals. At this point, I would invite the Constitutional or the Constitution Amendment Committee to come and guide us through all the motions put together so Council can do the needful. So let me invite the Frank Davis Committee, the Constitutional Amendment Committee, to come before conference, put before conference all motions so that conference will duly decide.
Yeah, we're going to start.
Ukudu. 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 Presiding chairman of conference, the general secretary of the party, His Excellency Dr. Alhaj Mahmoud Bawumia, former Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, all party faithful,
friends of the media, both print and electronic, fellow party representatives, our distinguished elders of this great party, our distinguished delegates, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. This obviously is the climax of today's engagement, the 2025 National Annual Delegates Conference of this great party, the New Patriotic Party, NPP. Distinguished party faithful, in keeping with the tradition of the New Patriotic Party and in line with the spirit of the party constitution, the National Council of the party at this meeting on April 16, 2025, constituted a 9-member Constitution Amendment Committee following the submission of the report of the Professor Okwe-led 2024 Election Review Committee. The committee, which was subsequently inaugurated by the National Chairman on April 25, 2025, had the following composition. Dr. Ekwia Amwakun, member. Honorable Ebenezer Gilbert Nina Nate, Dr. Antoinette Chibudakun, Honorable Dinah Asonabadapa, Honorable Makafui Wanya, Honorable Kojo Opon Nkrumah Esquire, Honorable Patricia Apiaje, Idi Muhayedin Esquire, Member Secretary, and of course, my good self, Frank Davis Esquire, Chairman. The terms of reference of the committee included to identify provisions of the party constitution that require amendments in order to give effect to the recommendations of the Mike Okwe Election Review Committee, to work on the recommendations of the 2021 Constitution Review Committee chaired by Honorable Alexander Afenyo-Markin, to receive proposals from party members and identifiable groups for amendments to the party constitution, to categorize the proposals into various articles and clauses for ease of reference, to make appropriate recommendations to guide the debate at the National Delegates Conference. In line with the party's tradition and the letter and spirit of the party constitution, particularly Article 19, the General Secretary, by a formal communication dated April 25, 2025, requested party members and identifiable groups who wish to propose amendments to the party's constitution to submit their written proposals to the Office of the General Secretary or send same directly to the committee via an email address set out for that purpose. Consequently, the committee received over 300 amendment proposals, both in hard copy and via the official email address. In pursuance of its mandate, the committee critically examined these amendment proposals, considered the Afenyo-Markin-led Constitution Review Committee, as well as the recommendations of the Professor Okwe-led Election Review Committee for Constitutional Reforms. The committee then examined the provisions in the NPP Constitution in respect of which amendments have been proposed and the Constitution as a whole.
While streamlining and categorizing the proposed amendments under the various articles and clauses, the committee made recommendations for their acceptance or otherwise. Where appropriate, the committee also made some modifications to ensure coherence and consistency with other constitutional provisions, and more importantly, with the time-tested tradition and aspirations of the party as enshrined in the Constitution. Recommendations made by the committee were informed largely by the totality of the views expressed by the proponents, the underlying principles and traditions of the party, which ought to be respected and protected, while ensuring that the Constitution reflects current socio-political developments of the party in its forward march to advancing the cause of democracy and the rule of law. Fellow delegates, below are the motions formulated by the committee out of the amendment proposals that were submitted to both the General Secretary and committee by party members and identifiable groups for consideration and approval by the National Delegates Conference herein assembled. For the purposes of clarity and to make what we are about to do very distinct without any misunderstanding when we leave here, I'm going to set out the modalities for the run of the motions. I am going to take the motions seriatim from 1 to 56. After I have read out the motions, the justification for the motions will be read by another member of the committee in the person of Honorable Kojo Opon Nkrumah Esquire. After the recommendations, the motion will be put to vote, and we are going to have a voice vote, the ayes and the nays. Distinguished fellow delegates, party faithful, if I have your attention at this particular point in time, I would start the exercise in earnest. Motion number 1. To amend Article 1 of the Constitution to include the party's motto, symbol, and colors.
Justification. The absence of the party's motto, symbol, and colors in the Constitution is an obvious omission and ought to be rectified. The party's motto, symbol, and colors must find expression in the party's constitution.
Fellow delegates, those in favor of motion number 1, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Motion number 2, Article 3(7). Amend Article 3(7) of the Constitution to give the power to recommend suspension of a member or an office holder pending disciplinary action against him to the appropriate disciplinary committee rather than the executive committee.
Justification. The amendment is necessary to ensure justified suspension of party executives, either elected or appointed by executive committees, only upon recommendation by the disciplinary committee, pending disciplinary proceedings against such officers. It is the disciplinary committee
that shall recommend suspension having regard to its preliminary findings.
Having heard the motion loudly and the justification, distinguished delegates, those in favor of motion number 2, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Motion number 3, amend Article 437. Amend Article 437 of the Constitution to allow for a complaint against any constituency or regional officer, whether elected or appointed, to be filed at 1 in the case of the constituency officer, the regional executive committee, and 2 in the case of the regional officer, the national executive committee.
Justification. The amendment seeks to achieve fair and equal treatment or handling of disciplinary matters involving elected officers and appointed officers who are at the same level of the party by providing that they should be dealt with by the same disciplinary committee.
Having heard motion number 3, distinguished delegates, those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Motion number 4, amend Article 5(6). Amend Article 5(6) of the Constitution to adopt the Electoral Commission of Ghana's demarcation and cluster of electoral areas.
Chairman, the justification is as follows. The EC's electoral area systems are predetermined, bereft of controversies, and involve more polling stations than the party's demarcations of electoral area. The current provision in the party's constitution is that where polling stations under an electoral area exceed 10, an additional electoral area may be created. This lack of certainty and exactitude has triggered misunderstandings in the creation of some electoral areas. The adoption of the EC's electoral area system cures any such misunderstanding or perceived mischief.
Motion number 4. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Motion number 5, Article 6. I must say at this stage that this is a new provision. Amend Article 6 of the Constitution to provide for an electoral area executive committee structure made up of 5 members who shall all be elected, comprising the electoral area chairperson, secretary, organizer, communications officer, and electoral affairs officer.
The justification is as follows, Chairman. The current system requires limited expansion to allow for increased participation and support in the management of the electoral areas. A 5-member committee enhances operational capacity and ensures a more inclusive and structured approach to supervising polling station activities.
Distinguished delegates, those in favor of motion number 5, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Motion number 6, amend Article 6(1) of the Constitution to increase the polling station executives
from 5 to 7, who are all to be elected, comprising the chairperson, secretary, organizer, women's organizer, youth organizer, communications officer, and electoral affairs officer.
Chairman of Conference, this committee respectfully recommends the one-man, one-vote system as a long-term electoral framework for the party. In the absence of the foundational structures for the one-man, one-vote electoral system, the proposed limited expansion, which, if approved, will represent a 40% increase in the Electoral College at the polling station level, is more realistic and manageable. It has the effect of increasing the Electoral College considerably while the party works on the recommended one-man, one-vote system. Respectfully submitted.
I now put the vote. Those in favor of motion number 6, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Motion number 7. Amend Articles 6.1, 7.2, 9.1, and 10.7.3 of the Constitution to split or decouple the position of research and electoral affairs officer at the constituency, regional, and national levels of the party.
Chairman, the amendment brings the needed focus and attention to each of the two responsibilities. Also, it is not every researcher who understands electoral matters and vice versa. Therefore, the recommendation is that separating the positions and appointing people with the requisite expertise to occupy the respective positions will inure to the party's benefit.
Those in favor, delegates, motion number 7, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes obviously have it. Motion number 8. Amend Article 7.2 of the Constitution to include a consistency research officer, electoral affairs officer, PWD, that persons with disability coordinator on the constituency executive committee.
Justification. This represents a limited expansion of the constituency executive committee and seeks to promote inclusivity and broader participation in party activities at the constituency level.
Delegates, those in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Motion number 9. Amend Articles 7.5, 9.2, and 10.7.3 of the Constitution to make communication officers at all levels of the party elected from the polling station, electoral area, constituency, regional, and at the national level. At the national level, the communication officer shall be designated the director of communications.
Mr. Chairman, the appointment of communication officers has, in many instances, been fraught with a lot of challenges occasioned by perceptions of favoritism and lack of candor. Making the positions elective will afford the party opportunity to select persons that they think can best communicate for the party. For the avoidance of doubt, the deputy directors of communications shall remain appointed. Respectfully submitted, Chairman.
Delegates in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Motion number 10. Amend Articles 710 and 97 of the Constitution to prevent party officers who get appointed into government from continuing to hold their offices.
Justification. Party officers who are appointed into government should not be allowed to hold dual positions. So long as they have accepted the appointment to serve in government, it is recommended that they focus on their mandate in government and give opportunity for other equally competent party members to occupy their positions in the party. It is also in line with the provisions in Clause 10 of Article 7 and Clause 7 of Article 9, which are intended to ensure that government appointees do not hold constituency, regional, and national executive offices. Chairman, respectfully submitted.
Delegates, those in favor of motion number 10, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Motion number 11. Amend Articles 726 and 924 of the Constitution to provide that any vacancy that may occur for whatever reason in the case of the constituency secretary and regional secretary shall automatically be filled by the deputy constituency and deputy regional secretary.
Chairman, the recommendation is as follows. The deputy constituency and deputy regional secretaries, just like the substantive constituency and regional secretaries, are also elected by the same delegates at the same conference. The deputy secretaries should be able to occupy the positions of the substantive secretaries in the absence of the latter. Respectfully submitted.
Delegates, those in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Motion number 12. Amend Article 727 of the Constitution to give voting rights to national and regional officers at the constituency delegates conference at the constituency they hail from.
Chairman, the amendment strengthens the connections between these officers and the respective constituencies they hail from, where they may also serve as patrons and source of logistical support. This amendment is also geared towards the proposed limited expansion of the Electoral College pending the one-man, one-vote system.
Delegates in favor of motion number 12, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Motion number 13. Our respected and distinguished delegates, with great respect, with great respect, shall we have some calm so that we carry out this exercise diligently and faithfully? Thank you. Motion number 13. Amend Article 727, 925, and 10.2 of the Constitution to provide that the party shall hold constituency, regional, and national delegates conferences every 2 years. That is biennially instead of annually.
Chairman, this amendment looks at holding timely but necessary conferences across all levels of the party. There shall also be sufficient time to hold other equally important conferences within the period before the biennial conference. Where it becomes necessary, an extraordinary delegates conference may be called. Respectfully submitted.
Delegates in favor of motion number 13, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Motion number 14, amend Article 727B of the Constitution to give voting rights to the electoral area executives at the constituency biennial delegates conference.
Chairman, currently, electoral area coordinators and all polling station executives have voting rights at constituency delegate conferences. The proposed electoral area executives, made up of the electoral area coordinator, to be now called electoral area chairperson, and 4 other executives should also have voting rights at the constituency delegates conference. Respectfully submitted.
Those in favor of motion just ably recommended, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Motion number 15, amend Articles 729 and 927 of the Constitution to allow constituency and regional secretaries to present reports on the state of the party at the constituency and regional delegates conference with the prior approval of the constituency and regional executive committee as the case may be.
Recommendation. Constituency and regional secretaries are the administrative heads of the constituency and regional secretariats of the party. And it is appropriate that they present a report on the state of the party to the constituency and regional party, respectively, to the delegates conference, with prior approval of the constituency and regional executive committee, as the case may be.
Those in favor of motion number 15, say aye. Those in favor against say nay. The ayes have it. Motion number 16, amend Articles 729 and 927 of the Constitution to require the statement of accounts to be presented by the constituency and regional treasurers at the constituency and regional delegates conference to have received prior approval of the constituency and regional executive committee as the case may be.
This amendment allows the constituency and regional executive committees to scrutinize and give a stamp of approval to the statements before
they are presented at the delegates conference. Respectfully submitted.
Those in favor, delegates say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Motion number 17. Amend Article 7.
Appoint persons out of police station to supervise police station activities. Let's take it. No, 16. They are shouting 17. No, 17. Motion 17.
Delegates, I know you have your booklets.
It shows they've read it.
And you have also read it. So permit me to also read it, then you can respond. Thank you very much. Motion number 17. Amend Article 730 of the Constitution to provide that the Regional Executive Committee shall appoint persons other than polling station, electoral area, and constituency officers to supervise polling station and electoral area elections. Delegates in favor say recommendation, sorry.
Dear delegates, please hear the recommendations. The recommendation is that constituencies are directly involved in the compilation of the album for organizing polling station and constituency elections. And therefore, it may be prudent that supervision of these elections be taken to the regional level to absolve it from any conflicting interest. Chairman.
My fellow delegates, those in favor of this motion, say aye. Those against, say nay.
The nays have it.
Yeah. That is the beauty of our democracy. This time, the nays have it. So motion number 17 has suffered a knockdown. Motion number 18. Amend Article 8 of the Constitution to specifically provide that the external branches shall have 3 representatives on the National Executive Committee and 5 representatives on the National Council.
Chairman, the party constitution under Article 8.5 grants the external branches representation at the National Executive and the National Council, but does not indicate the number of representatives they should appoint to serve on these bodies. This amendment brings clarity to the number of representatives the external branches shall have on the National Executive Committee and National Council. Respectfully submitted, Chairman.
Those in favor of motion number 18, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes once again have it. Motion number 19. Amend Articles 8 and 1311 of the Constitution to specifically provide that all former and current executives of the external branches shall have voting rights at the presidential primaries.
Chairman, the amendment seeks to extend the Electoral College for the presidential primaries to promote inclusivity and broader participation. This is in line with the proposed limited expansion.
Delegates in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Motion 20. Amend Articles 8 and 10(2)(f) of the Constitution to specifically provide that all current executives of the external branches shall have voting rights at the National Delegates Conference.
Previously, Chairman, only 12 executives of the external branches were allowed to vote at the National Delegates Conference. This amendment allows all of them to vote, promotes inclusivity and broader participation. The amendment is also in line with the proposed limited expansion.
Those in favor of motion number 20, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Number 21, amend Article 9 of the Constitution to include Regional Electoral Affairs Officer, Regional Research Officer. At this stage, note the decoupling of the two. Regional Legal Officer, Regional PWD Coordinator, and the Special Duties Officer as part of the Regional Executive Committee.
Chairman, this is in line with the proposed limited expansion of the Regional Executive Committee.
PWD, I explained early on, is persons with disability. Those in favor, delegates, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 22, amend Article 9(1) of the Constitution to expand the composition of the Regional Executive Committee members to include constituency secretaries.
Constituency secretaries are responsible for all administrative matters at the constituency level, and it is only proper that they are a part of the regional executive committees. Chairman, this is highly recommended.
Delegates in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Number 23 is a new provision, Article 9(1). Amend the Constitution by inserting a new provision to create a regional steering committee composed of the regional officers, chairman of the Regional Council of Elders, and regional parliamentary caucus chair.
The proposed amendment aligns with what pertains at the national level, where we have a national steering committee, which is the body in charge of the day-to-day administration of the party at the national level. The regional steering committee shall also be responsible for the day-to-day administration of the party at the regional level. The regional steering committee system shall facilitate decision-making at the regional level. Respectfully submitted.
Delegates in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 24, amend Articles 9, 10, 2, and 13 of the Constitution to grant voting rights to the regional and national TESCON coordinators and the TESCON president from each recognized tertiary institution in the country at the regional and national delegates conference, respectively.
Chairman, the regional TESCON coordinators are in charge of coordinating all the activities of TESCON in the various tertiary institutions within the region. It is only proper to grant them voting rights at conference, just like the executives whose activities they coordinate. The same principle applies to the national TESCON coordinators. The specificity on the TESCON president, and not just any representative of TESCON, avoids the usual challenge with validation of the representative from TESCON. Respectfully submitted.
Those in favor, say aye. Against, say nay. The ayes have it. 25. Amend Article 10.2 and 13.11 of the Constitution to grant voting rights to the TESCON president. The TESCON president and not a representative from TESCON, from each recognized tertiary institution at the regional and national delegates conference.
Chairman, the specificity on the TESCON president, and not just any representative of TESCON, avoids the usual challenge with validation of the representative from TESCON. Recommended.
Delegates in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 26. Amend Article, this is a new provision, amend Article 10 of the Constitution by inserting a new provision to include the consideration of position papers from sector committees of the party on key developments since the last National Delegates Conference at any current National Delegates Conference.
Chairman of Conference, the proposed amendment allows the National Delegates Conference to not only focus on speeches and election of national officers where necessary, but to also consider and debate reports submitted by the party's sector committees on key national issues and to pass appropriate resolutions on same. Highly recommended, Chairman.
Those in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 27. It is also a new provision. Amend Article 10 of the Constitution by inserting a new provision to modify the composition of the sector committees under the National Executive Committee to include both members of parliament and non-members of parliament, as well as their functions.
This allows the party to marshal its available best brains to serve on the various sector committees, whether or not they are members of parliament. Recommended.
Those in favor, delegates, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 28. Amend Articles 10.2.3 E and 13 of the Constitution to make all members of the National Council of Elders delegates at the National Delegates Conference and the presidential primaries.
Chairman, considering the indispensable roles played by the National Council of Elders, they deserve more representation at the party's highest decision-making body. In any case, per Article 16, the membership of the National Council of Elders shall not exceed 30, out of which 15 are already members or delegates to the National Annual Delegates Conference. Motion number 28 is recommended, Chairman.
Delegates in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Motion number 29. Amend Article 10.3 of the Constitution to increase the representation of the National Council of Elders on the National Council from 1 to 5 members, including the chairman of the National Council of Elders.
Chairman, The National Council of Elders is the foremost advisory body of the party and therefore ought to be adequately represented at the second highest decision-making body of the party.
Delegates in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Number 30. Amend Article 10.3 of the Constitution to provide for 4 additional standing committees and enable the National Council to create new standing committees as and when the Council deem fit. The new 4 standing committees shall be the Electoral Affairs Committee, Communications Committee, Political Strategy and Policy Committee, and Security and Intelligence Committee.
The proposed additional standing committees to be created are indispensable and crucial in supporting the National Council and, by extension, the entire party to function more effectively. The amendment also grants the National Council the mandate to create additional standing committees as and when necessary.
Delegates in favor of motion number 30, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 31. Amend Article 10.3a of the Constitution to expand the composition of the Finance Committee from 6 to 10 members, in addition to the National Treasurer.
Chairman, this amendment expands the composition of the Finance Committee in order to enhance the effectiveness of the committee.
Those in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 32. Amend Article 10.3.2d of the Constitution to expressly provide that chairpersons of standing committees and directors at the party headquarters shall have voting rights at the National Council and consequently vote in the presidential primaries.
Chairman, this amendment admits chairmen of standing committees and directors at the party headquarters into membership at the National Council with voting rights.
Those in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 33. Amend Article 10.3.4 of the Constitution to include former majority and former minority leaders to the composition of the National Executive Committee and National Council.
The National Executive Committee stands to benefit immensely from the experiences of persons who have once led the party's parliamentary group as majority or minority leaders. This motion is recommended, Chairman.
Those in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Motion number 34 is a new provision. Amend Article 10 of the Constitution by inserting a new provision to provide that the National Executive Committee shall, in consultation with the presidential candidate, develop the campaign structure and establish a campaign advisory committee to oversee the campaign team.
Chairman, this amendment deepens the collaboration between party and presidential candidates. Respectfully submitted.
Delegates in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 35 is also a new provision. amend Article 10 of the Constitution by inserting a new provision to specifically provide that the national chairperson shall at all times be the leader of the party.
Chairman, the proposed amendment affirms the position of the national chairperson as the leader of the party at all material times. Respectfully submitted.
Those in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 36. Amend Article 10(5) of the Constitution to specifically provide that the national chairperson shall chair the party's campaign advisory committee.
The national chairperson, as the leader of the party, should chair the party's campaign advisory committee to enhance collaborative work between the party and the campaign.
Delegates in favor, say aye. Against, say nay. The ayes have it. Number 37. Amend Article 10(4)(2) of the Constitution to increase the representation of the parliamentary group on the National Executive Committee from 1 to 3, comprising the leader and 2 others, one of whom shall be a woman.
My chairman, the parliamentary group is a critical organ of the party. It is the group that champions the party's policies and agenda in the legislative arm. The amendment seeks to increase the representation of the parliamentary group on the National Executive Committee. This is strongly recommended, Mr. Chairman.
Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Against, say nay. The ayes have it. 38. Amend Articles 10(7)(3) and 10(8) of the Constitution to provide that the National Treasurer shall report to the General Secretary.
Chairman, it is the view that the General Secretary, as the party's chief administrative officer and the chief executive officer of the party, who has superintendence over all officers except the national chairperson and vice chairpersons, should exercise superintendence over the national treasurer. The amendment aligns with the administrative structure of the party.
Delegates in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 39. Amend Article 10(10) of the Constitution to remove the president from the composition of the National Steering Committee of the National Executive Committee.
The steering committee of the party is in charge of the day-to-day administration of the party and should comprise only the 10 elected officers, the presidential candidate, the parliamentary leader, and the chairman of the National Council of Elders.
Delegates in favor of motion number 39, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Motion number 40, amend Article 11 of the Constitution to specifically include a provision that allows the Constituency Executive Committee to remove a polling station or electoral officer from office with the prior approval of the Regional Executive Committee upon receipt of a petition from a member.
Chairman, the current constitution has no provision on how polling station and electoral area officers may be removed from office. This new provision clarifies this. Respectfully submitted.
Those in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 41. amend Article 11 of the Constitution to include a provision requiring the need for the body to be constituted by the Executive Committee to recommend removal before the summoning of an extraordinary delegates conference for the purpose of removing an elected officer from office and for specific timelines for the removal process of such elected officer.
Chairman, this amendment brings clarity in the removal of officers and avoids the convening of an extraordinary delegates conference without recommendation from the body constituted by the executive committee.
Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. 42. Amend Article 11.7 of the Constitution to explicitly provide guidelines and procedure for the removal from office of an appointed officer or executive to be done by the relevant executive committee with prior approval of the immediately higher executive committee.
This amendment, Chairman, clarifies the process for removal of appointed officers. Submitted.
Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. 43. That's a new provision. Amend the Constitution by inserting a new provision to provide that national officers, ministers, deputy ministers, CEOs, and other government appointees who filed contest to become a parliamentary candidate of the party in a constituency with a sitting member of parliament shall resign their positions at least 12 calendar months to the national general elections.
Chairman, this is to ensure fair competition and a level playing field to all prospective aspirants for the position of parliamentary candidate. Recommended.
Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. 44 is a new provision. Amend Articles 12 and 13 of the Constitution and insert a new provision to grant voting rights to former members of Parliament, former parliamentary candidates, former metropolitan, municipal, and district chief executives, former ministers, former deputy ministers who are card-bearing members of the party at the parliamentary and presidential primaries.
The amendment seeks to expand the Electoral College for the presidential primaries to promote inclusivity and broader participation and is in line with the proposed limited expansion.
Delegates in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. 45 is a new provision. Amend Articles 12 and 13 of the Constitution and insert a new provision to grant voting rights to former constituency executives and former regional executives at the parliamentary and presidential primaries.
The amendment seeks to expand the Electoral College for the presidential primaries to promote inclusivity and broader participation and is in line with the proposed limited expansion.
Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. 46. Amend Article 13(1)(6) of the Constitution to provide that national officers, ministers, deputy ministers, CEOs, and other government appointees who file to become the presidential candidate of the party shall resign their positions at least 24 months to the national general elections.
This amendment, Chairman, is to ensure fair competition and a level playing field to all prospective aspirants for the flag bearership slot.
Delegates in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 47. Amend Article 1319 of the Constitution to completely abolish and do away with the special electoral college and super delegates system.
Chairman, the special electoral college system, which was introduced in the 2009 constitutional amendment to shortlist aspiring presidential candidates, is believed to have outlived its usefulness. This is recommended, Chairman.
Those in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 48. Amend Article 13.4 of the Constitution to provide for the election of a presidential candidate when the party is in government to a date not later than 18 months instead of 11 months before the national general elections.
Chairman, this amendment, if approved, will give the party's presidential candidate an extra 7 months to campaign before the general elections. Submitted.
Delegates in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 49. Amend Article 1311 to grant voting rights to 5 members of the Constituency Council of Elders and 10 members of the Regional Council of Elders at the presidential primaries.
These constituency and regional elders are members of the constituency and regional delegates conference, respectively. Polling station and electoral area executives who form part of the delegates to the constituency conference have been given voting rights at the presidential primaries. The exclusion of the elders is an omission which should be rectified. Respectfully submitted.
Motion number 50. Amend Article 1311 of the Constitution to include 30 national patrons and all members of the National Council of Elders to be part of the presidential primaries.
The National Council of Elders is the foremost advisory body of the party and therefore ought to be adequately represented at the second highest decision-making body of the party. The national patrons also occupy an important position in the party structure. The expansion of their members in the presidential primaries is therefore appropriate. Respectfully recommended.
Those in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. 51. Amend Article 1311 to grant voting rights to 5 constituency patrons and 10 regional patrons at the presidential primaries.
These constituency and regional patrons are members of the constituency and regional delegates conference, respectively. Polling station and electoral area executives who form part of the delegates to the constituency conference have been given voting rights at the presidential primaries. The exclusion of the patrons is an omission which should be rectified.
Delegates in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 52. Amend Article 1311 to grant voting rights to 1 TESCOM patron from every recognized tertiary institution in the presidential primaries.
52, right?
52.
Chairman, this amendment allows for inclusivity and broader participation. This is in line with the proposed limited expansion.
Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. 53. Amend Article 15.3 of the Constitution to make all female delegates at the National Delegates Conference eligible to vote for the position of National Women Organizer.
Chairman, the current regulations on the election of the National Women Organizer is not inclusive. This amendment, if approved by conference, will allow all female delegates, I repeat, all female delegates to participate in the election of the National Women's Organizer. Recommended, Chairman.
Delegates in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. 54. 54. Delegates, delegates, delegates. Delegates, delegates, delegates. Permit me to read. Hello. Mama Tomiyadi. Tomiyadi. 54. Amend Article 15.4 of the Constitution by defining youth in the Constitution to refer to a member of the party who is not above the age of 35 years.
My chairman, the age limit for youth per all the international conventions and national laws shows that the highest age limit is 35. The UN puts the age bracket between 15 and 24 years, the WHO between 15 and 29, UNICEF between 15 and 24, the ILO between 15 and 24, the African Youth Charter between 15 and 35. In Ghana, the National Youth Authority Act, Act 939, defines a youth as a person between 15 and 35. My chairman, views on this motion are very divided.
Distinguished delegates of conference, those in favor of motion number 54, say aye. Those against, say no. I will take this vote again. I am going to take this vote again. I am taking this vote again. Delegates in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. Hey! Conference. The nays have it. Meaning we revert to the status quo, which puts the bedding age of youth at not above the age of 40 years. 55. Amend Article 15.4 of the Constitution to make youth delegates at the National Delegates Conference eligible to vote for the position of National Youth Organizer.
Chairman, the current regulations of the election of the National Youth Organizer is not inclusive. This amendment allows all youth delegates, I repeat, all youth delegates, to participate in the election of the National Youth Organizer. Submitted, Chairman.
Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. Well, the ayes once again have it. Certainly, this is the last motion. 56. Amend Article 15.5 DE and related provisions that refer to national coordinator at all relevant levels. To refer to the national coordinators as coordinators as Nasara organizers.
Chairman, by the nature of their functions, Nasara coordinators should be referred to as Nasara organizers, just as is done with women and youth organizers.
Presiding Conference Chairman, General Secretary of this great party, before I draw down the curtain on this National Annual Delegates Conference, I'll read.
We didn't vote on this one.
Sorry. Those in favor of motion number 56, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. I will now, for the benefit of conference, read the sunset clause, which is ordinarily referred to as the transitional provisions. And this has been drawn by the Constitution Amendment Committee in line with the 16th practice. Whereas the National Council of the party has pursuant to Article 13.1 of the Constitution scheduled January 21, 2026 as the date to elect the party's 2028 presidential candidates. The National Annual Delegates Conference has on this day, the 19th day of July 2028, adopted the proposed amendment 2025, adopted the proposed amendment to expand the Electoral College for the election of the party's presidential candidate to include all former members of parliament, all former parliamentary candidates, all former MMDCs, all card-bearing former ministers, all card-bearing former deputy ministers, all former regional executives, all former constituency executives, all former branch executives, all the members of the National Council of Elders, the members of the National Council of Patrons, regional and constituency patrons, regional and constituency elders, and TESCON coordinators. The National Annual Delegates Conference has on this day adopted a proposed amendment to expunge the Special Delegates Electoral College from the Constitution. The term of office holders in the party from polling station to the national level has not expired. I repeat, has not expired. Accordingly, the prospective members who are to be afforded the right to form part of the structured offices at various levels by elections shall have their rights held in abeyance until upon the expiration of the tenure of the incumbent office holders. Now, therefore, it is proposed that for the avoidance of doubt, for the avoidance of doubt, for the avoidance of doubt, the effective dates for the new amendments relating to the additions to the polling station executives, electoral area executive committee, constituency executive committee, regional executive committee, and executive committee shall be after the January 31, 2026 presidential primaries. However, as adopted by the National Delegates Conference on this fateful day, and given the fact that the dates of the conduct of the presidential primaries have been set by the Constitution in accordance with the dictates of the Constitution, the provisions pursuant to the new amendments on presidential primaries, that is Article 13, particularly the expunging of the Special Electoral College and the expansion of the Electoral College for the presidential primaries to include former executives, former regional executives, former external branch executives, former members of parliament, former parliamentary candidates, former MMDECs, former card-bearing ministers and deputies, TESCON coordinators, party patrons and elders shall take effect immediately. Shall take effect immediately in order to give effect to the decision of the National Council and the National Delegates Conference in respect of the presidential primaries. This motion, which only seeks to bring clarity on the effects of the adoption of these amendments by conference on this day, is hereby moved for the consideration of conference. At this stage, distinguished delegates, those in favor and all in favor of this motion, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. It is my desirable pleasure at this stage to say to conference that our duties as the Constitution Amendment Committee in respect of today's conference has come to a close. Nonetheless, it is instructive to notify all delegates that the preparatory work for the drafting of the new constitution or amended constitution pursuant to the adoption of these elaborate constitutional amendments would begin in due course. We thank you all for the support and cooperation afforded us. God bless all our distinguished delegates. God bless the great NPP party, and God bless our homeland, Ghana, and make her great and strong. And we shall always be bold to defend and resist the oppressor's rule. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, yes. Party anthem. Shall we say Ghana? Thank you very much for your participation and be very successful. The Deputy Minority Chief Whip will be here to give us a vote of thanks. Honorable Jeria Petty. The vote of thanks. Then our third national vice chairman will give us the Muslim closing prayer.
Honorable Acting National Chairman, distinguished representatives of the former presidents, the former vice president, national executive members, national council members, my respected minority leader, honorable members of parliament, the Constitution Amendment Committee, the Planning Committee, our hard-working delegates, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is a distinct honor and a privilege to offer the vote of thanks at this landmark gathering of our great party, the New Patriotic Party. On behalf of the organizing team and the entire party leadership, I wish to express our deepest gratitude to all of you for your presence, commitment, and continued dedication to the ideals and progress of the MPP. Let me begin by sincerely thanking the representatives of our former presidents, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, His Excellency John Agyekum Kufuor, for conveying their messages and solidarity with this conference. Their legacy continues to shape our vision, and we remain grateful for their enduring service to party and country. To our hardworking national executives, we commend your leadership and tireless efforts in steering the affairs of the party with vision and unity. A special appreciation goes to Greater Accra Regional Chairman, Chairman Divine Otu Agohun. We thank you very much for the warm welcome and the excellent coordination of this conference. Permit me to also extend a special commendation to the Constitution Amendment Committee and the National Planning Committee for their exemplary dedication and impactful work. Your contributions have been very good, and we are extremely grateful. We are also thankful to our invited guests, fraternal parties, and all stakeholders whose presence has added great value to this conference. To our gallant members of parliament, regional and constituency executives, polling station executives, TESCON, and the Youth and Women's Wing, your energy, loyalty, and commitment are the heartbeat of our party. Thank you for your service. Let me also acknowledge the protocol, security, media, health, and logistical teams who have worked diligently behind the scenes to make this event seamless and successful. As we live here, may we be reminded that the strength of our party lies in our unity, our resolve, and our shared purpose to build a better Ghana for all. Once again, thank you all for making today a memorable success. May God bless the New Patriotic Party. May God bless our great nation, Ghana. Thank you all and have a safe journey back home. Thank you.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Your Excellency, the former Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, our acting national chairman, the former Second Lady of the Republic of Ghana, the Chief of Staff, the former Chief of Staff, the General Secretary. May peace and blessings of Allah be upon all of us here, fathers and mothers, brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen. We thank Almighty Allah for bringing our delegates from the various regions to the greater Accra here to participate with this historical event, which is our National Delegate Conference. We are thanking the Almighty Allah for bringing them in peace, and we ask God, Almighty Allah, to send each and everyone here to his or her constituency safely, and inshallah, we will get that. In this case, ربنا ظلمنا أنفسنا وإن لم تغفر لنا وترحمنا لنكونن من الخاسرين. اللهم ثبتنا على الإيمان وثبتنا على المسلم. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. إن الله والملائكة يصلون على النبي يا أيها الذين آمنوا صلوا عليه وسلموا تسليما. اللهم صل على محمد وعلى آل محمد كما صليت على إبراهيم وعلى آل إبراهيم في العالمين إنك حميد مجيد. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. وآخر الدعوان أن الحمد لله رب العالمين. Thank you, Alhaj Masaudu. We are grateful to all of you. We pray that the good Lord will take you to your various regions and to your various constituencies. It's been a very, very fruitful conference, incident-free, and that is what we expected it to be. Thank you very much once again.
Oh, you bitch, you bitch,